Welcome to this new one-shot video of definite integrals. In this definite integrals video, we are going to systematically start with weightage of topic, that is definite integrals. Then we are going to systematically go into the syllabus comparison between 23, 24, 25. And we are going to systematically see what actually there is in syllabus using mind maps. And ultimately, we are going to categorize all the PYQs that are asked in last 4 years into 10 problem categories. In this video, there is something special I am going to do with you. I am going to divide each problem category into problem solving strategies also. So it becomes a very detailed exercise, and it took me, believe me, a lot of time to develop it because there are around 200 questions, more than 200 questions that got asked from this chapter. I have to work on those more than 200 questions to categorize into strategies to solve this question. So watch those strategies very carefully. So from here we come to the do of this video. The do of this video is, when you're solving these questions, solve them properly. Don't just watch the solution. Note down the strategies that I am doing because definite integration, like the whole calculus, is very methodological. There is a method to solve a question. If you know that method, you will be able to get answer really fast. Another don't that is there is, this is again not meant for a fresher, a student who has just started integration. This is meant for a person who has completed it. Once you have completed your basics and you come and watch this video, you are really going to enjoy. Now, if you start with the weightage of this topic, there are usually 1, 2, 3 questions from integration. Now, those questions can be from indefinite, that can be from definite, and usually sometimes the boundaries will get very blur, where indefinite questions will be asked using limits. So it is highly advisable, if you are watching this one-shot video, go and watch the indefinite one also. Go through all the problem types because all of them is going to come very handy. Now, if I start with syllabus comparison, in this chapter you can see that earlier in 23 there was a topic named integral as a limit of sum. Now, if I look into the syllabus of 24 and 25, this topic is missing. But there were again questions on this in 2024. So it is highly recommendable that you cover integration as a limit of sum as well. If I come onto the idea of actual syllabus of this chapter, the whole chapter can be divided into 3 broad areas. One is indefinite integration with limits. Now, this area is especially important because indefinite questions will be asked through this route into this chapter. So though it will seem like a question of definite integral, but it is just indefinite integral with limits. Second kind of important area is nothing but questions based on area under curve. So what you will have to do is you will have to calculate the value of integration using area. So this is another important part. And the third is nothing but questions based on property. If I detail it further through a mind map, the first part is indefinite with limits, then we move towards area based questions, where we have actual area summation to integration, from integration to summation. Next is properties. The first is piecewise defined function, how to handle them using substitution, by parts, even partial fraction based questions are also asked. Then you have by parts based question, that is reduction formula based question, even odd Queen's property based question, King's property based question, periodic function based question, and differentiation under integral sign. Now here differentiation under integral sign is especially important. There are questions based on LH rule, maxima minima, differentiation of implicit explicit functions. All this is getting asked, and more importantly, whatever you have learned in differential calculus, questions based on functions can be there. All of that can be pulled into integration just by differentiating the integral. So all that question that were relevant earlier in differentiation AOD, all those questions can also be asked. Now let us jump into the first category of problems, that is nothing but indefinite limits, indefinite integration with limits. So these are nothing but indefinite integrals only, but there is a limit placed over it. So if I look into the basic theory, it is based on second fundamental theorem of calculus that says that if the derivative of a function is fx, and if I integrate this function with limit a to b, the answer is going to be f of b minus f of a. This is important. So what we are trying to say is, if the differentiation of sin x is equal to cos x, then integration of cos x with limits a and b would be nothing but, we will write sin x and then put the limits a to b, and finally the answer will come out as sin b minus sin a. This is known as second fundamental theorem of calculus. Now, the first technique that we are going to use in this chapter is based on the idea of splitting an integral into 2 known integrals. Now, you can see that all of these categories have already covered in indefinite. So, it is highly recommendable that before watching this video, watch the indefinite one-shot video. I have covered more than 20 plus category of questions there. All those 20 plus category can be asked here. I will take one example from each of the categories so that it gets revised. So splitting was the first category. So this question came in 2024. So you can split into two integrals just by rationalizing it. So if I take the integral and rationalize it, there is root 3 plus x plus root 1 plus x in the denominator. All I will have to do is multiply and divide by 3 plus x minus root 1 plus x. Root 3 plus x minus root 1 plus x. Now if you do it, what will happen? In the numerator, I will get 3 plus x minus root 1 plus x. And denominator will get rationalized and become 3 plus x minus 1 plus x dx. If I simplify, this becomes 0 to 1. Root 3 plus x minus root 1 plus x. Divide by 2. The answer comes out to be integration from 0 to 1. Root 3 plus x dx minus integration from 0 to 1. Root of 1 plus x dx. And if I integrate this, my answer becomes 3 plus x raised to the power 3 by 2. By 3 by 2, let us put the limits. Minus 1 plus x raised to the power 3 by 2. By 3 by 2, let us put the limits. If I put the limits, let us see what is the answer that we are getting. If I put 1, this 1 by 2 is outside the bracket. This will become 4 raised to the power 3 by 2. Root of 4 is nothing but 2. It becomes 2 cube. That is nothing but 8. 8 and then 2 from the numerator. So this will become 8 into 2 by 3. If I put 0, this becomes 3 root 3 by 3 by 2. 2 will get multiplied. Minus, now we will put it in the second part. If I put 1, this becomes 2. So 2 raised to the power 3 will become, 3 by 2 will become 2 root 2 into 2 by 3, and minus will become plus now. This will become 2 by 3. Now let us, if I simplify further, you can clearly see that this 1 by 3 will come out. And inside this 8 and this 1 from here will add up and become 9. Next is root 2 term. So this will become nothing but minus 2 root 2. And next is nothing but minus 3 root 3. If I compare with the question that is given to me, they are saying that coefficient, the constant term is nothing but a. So a will become 9 by 3, that will become 3. My b will become minus 2 by 3. And the c part will become nothing but minus 3 by 3, that is minus 1. So if I find 2a, it will become 6. Plus of 3 times b, that will become minus 2. And minus of 4 times c, that will become plus 4. So answer becomes nothing but 8. And that matches option D. Now this very interesting question came in 2020. In this question, it looks very difficult to solve, but it's actually a very simple question. If you just focus on what is written inside, forget the integration. So if I just multiply and observe what happens, if I take this term inside, let us see what happens. It will become 2 tan cube x. I am then writing sec square x. And then observe the next term. If I multiply, it will become sine raised to the power 4 3x. Now there is a very unique pattern here. In the next part, if I write 3, let us keep. Now if I multiply, I will write 10 terms first. So 10 raised to the power 4x. And then let us write this 3 sine square 3x into sine 6x. If I just write one more term, I will be able to get a very interesting thing. So I am trying to build this suspension because I love this question. So if I write this as 10 cube x, this is all set. If I just multiply 4 and divide by 2. Now carefully observe what is written here. And in the second part also, if I just rewrite this as 1 by 2 times 10 raised to the power 4x. Now this sine 6x can be written as 2 sine 3x cos 3x. So if I rewrite it, this will become nothing but 3 was already there and 2 we have written. This will become sine cube 3x into cos 3x, and since we divide by 2, will multiply by. Now, what is so important about this? In one step you will be able to understand. If I take just 1 by 2 common, this will become 4 tan cube x into sec square x, and the next term is nothing but sine raised to the power 3x. Now here again you can write this as 10 raised to the power 4x. Now carefully observe the next term. It can be written as 4 sine cube 3x into cos 3x into 3. Now if you might have noticed the pattern, see, if I take this first term as nothing but u, if I take this as nothing but u, this is nothing but v dash, and then this is v, and this is nothing but u dash. So what you are getting is product rule here. So fundamentally I can write this as nothing but 1 by 2 times first function, that is sine raised to the power 4 3x, into second function, that is 10 raised to the power 4x, and then derivative of this. This is what is written to us. So this will be equal to nothing but uv dash. So they are using differentiation to build this question. That is the reason I love this question, because you can't just figure out this pattern just by without observing this. In the second part, see, integration now becomes very easy. If I rewrite, this becomes pi by 6 to pi by 3, and then derivative of sine raised to the power 4x, 10 raised to the power 4x. This derivative we need to find. This integration of the derivative sign will go away, and this is what we will get. Sine raised to the power 4x into 10 raised to the power 4x. And now we will substitute limits pi by 6 and pi by 3. If you put pi by 3, this will become sine of pi, and the first term becomes 0. And if I put pi by 6, the first term will become 1, because it becomes pi by 2, and second term will become 1 by root 3 raised to the power 4. This is 1 by 9. So answer comes out to be minus 1 by 18, and that is nothing but option C. Now this also is a very interesting question. In this question, if you look into LHS and RHS, there are a lot of integrals involved, and if you just try and do it blindly, it is going to become a very big question. So how to manage or understand this question, that becomes a challenge that we will have to undertake. So now we will take LHS separately, solve it, then take RHS separately, solve it, and get the value of I. If I solve LHS, this first portion is easy to integrate. This will become 0 to 2. Let us write root 2 outside. This is x raised to the power 1 by 2 dx. And the second integral is 0 to 2. This is root of 2x minus x square. I can write this as 1 minus x minus 1 whole square dx. Next part, this integral can be very easily calculated. This is root 2. This will become x raised to the power 3 by 2 by 3 by 2, limit 0 to 2. And for this next part, what I have done is, I have put x minus 1 as y. So if I differentiate, dx will be equal to dy. Then this becomes minus 1 to 1. If I put 2 in the place of x, this can be written as root of 1 minus y square and dy. You can see that I have simplified this integral, and as a result, what we get on the left hand side is more interesting. It becomes nothing but, if I put 2 root 2, 2 into root 2 will become 4. So this will become 8 by 3. And then the remaining part is, now this integral, you can see that we can apply a property here. It is going from minus 1 to 1, and it is an even function. It will become 2 times 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy. We have got this. Now let us move towards the RHS part. RHS is little bit lengthy, but let us simplify it. There are certain terms can be integrated right out of the box like this term, and this term, and this term. So let us integrate them. So if I integrate the first one, it will become 1 only. Second, I will write 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy. Third term, if I integrate 2, the next term would be nothing but integration of minus y square by 2. So this will become minus y cube by 3. And in this minus y cube by 3, there is a 2 in the denominator, so will become 6, 0 to 1. Then the next term will become integration from 1 to 2, this will become 2. Next term will become y cube by 6, 1 to 2 plus I. So I have written all the terms here. Once you have written all the terms, it is easier to simplify. So this 1 and 2 will become 3. We have this minus 1 by 6. Let us also write it here. So this term also we have taken. This will become nothing but minus of 8 by 6 minus 1 by 6. And then you can see that at last we are left with this term, that is 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy. And we have also left with I, also write it here. If I do this, you can see that this will become 3 minus 1 by 6. This will become minus 7 by 6. And minus integration 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy plus I. If I take this and simplify, this will become 8 by 6, or 3 minus 4 by 3 minus 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy plus I. So this will become 9 minus 4 will become 5 by 3 minus 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy plus I. Now you can see that on right hand side, what we have is this term. On right hand side, we have this term. We can compare both of them. So if I compare 8 by 3 minus 2 times 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy will be equal to 5 by 3 minus 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy plus I. And now you can see that from here it is very easy to get the value of I. So I, if I want to get, will become 1 minus 0 to 1, root of 1 minus y square dy, or can in turn be written as 1 minus root of 1 minus y square dy, 0 to 1. And now if you check, you can see that C option matches. Now this next question is based on the idea of 1 by quadratic. Now in this next idea, 1 by quadratic or a root of quadratic formulas will be used. So in this question, we'll try and convert it into this form, 1 by root of a square minus x square dx, and then we'll directly use the formula sine inverse of x by. And you know that such 6 special formulas are available that can be used to solve questions. If I take this question up, I can just take 48 common and take 4 common from the denominator. This will become 2. This is root 2 by 4 and 3 root 3 by 4. This will become dx by root of 3 by 2 whole square minus x square. Now once you have this, you can directly apply the formula. We have 24 outside. This will become sine inverse of x by a. And this will be 3 root 2 by 4 and 3 root 3 by 4. If I substitute this will become 24. That part is fine. And now if I simplify this, this is going to become, first part will become sine inverse of, you put this value, this is 3 root 3 by 4 divided by 3 by 2. Second will become sine inverse of 3 root 2 by 4 divided by 3 by 2. If I calculate this value, this is 24. This is sine inverse of root 3 by 2 minus sine inverse of 1 by root 2. If I do this, this becomes 24. This becomes pi by 3. This becomes pi by 4. And if I simplify, this is 24 into 4 pi minus 3 pi, pi by 12, which simplifies into 2 pi. So you can see that your D option matches. Now next problem type is questions based on substitution. Now this very interesting question came in 2022. It looks like a question based on quadratic by root of quadratic, something like that, but it is a question based on substitution. All you can do here is put x is nothing but root 2 tan theta. If you do that in the first step, dx will come out to be root 2 sec square theta d theta. In the second part, if I write it down, this is 24 by pi. Root 2 will come out. This limits will also change. If I put 0, theta becomes 0. If I put root 2, it becomes 1. And tan theta equal to 1 or pi by 4. This becomes 2 minus 2 tan square theta sec square theta d theta, because root 2 we have already taken out. And then in the denominator, you have 2 plus 2 tan square theta. This will become 4 plus 4 tan raised to the power 4 theta. Once you have done this, it is quite easy to observe that 2 will get cancelled out. We have 24 root 2 by pi outside. Inside it is 0 to pi by 4. 1 minus tan square theta. By 1 plus tan square theta can be written as sec square theta. You have 1 sec square theta in the numerator. And root of, let us also take this 2 common from the denominator, will become 1 plus tan raised to the power 4 theta. Once you have this, sec square theta will again get cancelled out. Now tan I will write as nothing but sine by cos. So this becomes 12 root 2 by pi, 0 to pi by 4. And if I do so, this is cos square theta minus sine square theta d theta divided by root of cos raised to the power 4 theta into sine raised to the power 4 theta. Once you have this, now you can distinctly see that in the numerator, what are we getting is nothing but cos 2 theta d theta, which seems to be the integral or derivative related to sine 2 theta. Now, if you clearly observe that denominator, this part can be written as nothing but sine square theta plus cos square theta whole square minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta. So now what will happen as a result? This part will become 1 minus 2 sine square theta cos square theta, which in turn can be written as 1 minus sine square 2 theta by 2. So this becomes 1 minus sine square 2 theta by 2. Now once we have done that, the next part becomes extremely simple. Now in the third part, we are going to do one more substitution. So what are we doing? We are putting sine 2 theta as nothing but t. So derivative becomes cos 2 theta into 2 d theta dt. And this becomes 12 by 12 root 2 by pi. This is pi. And then the limits will again shift. So if I put 0, t will become 0. If I put pi by 4, this t becomes 1. We have got an excess 2 here, that on the other side will go in the denominator. We have dt in the numerator. And now in the denominator you have root of 1 minus t square by 2. This 2 can be taken out. And this will become 6 root 2 by pi. This root 2 will again go in the numerator. And now let us see what have we left with. So 0 to 1. This will become dt by root of 2 minus t square. And now if I simplify this, this is 6 into 2 by pi. And this integral will become sine inverse of t by root 2. 0 to 1, which if simplified becomes, this is 12 by pi, this becomes pi by 4. Pi and pi will get cancelled out. 12 if divided by 4 will become 3. So answer to this question becomes 3. Now this very interesting question came in 2024. In this question, instead of doing a substitution directly, we simplified by doing substitution. That would mean I will only work on this function and not work with substitution with respect to the whole function. So what we are doing is primarily we are solving a question of inverse trigonometry. So if I look into this question in the first step, I will put cot theta is nothing but root of 1 minus x by root of 1 plus x. That would mean the value of tan theta would be nothing but root of 1 plus x by root of 1 minus x. In the second part, now once you have this, whatever is inside will reduce into cos 2 theta. That term can be written as 1 minus tan square theta by 1 plus tan square theta. And if I simplify this, this is nothing but 1 minus 1 plus x by 1 minus x divided by 1 plus x by 1 minus x. If I take LCM, this will become 1 minus x minus 1 minus x. And this is 1 minus x plus 1 plus x. So answer becomes nothing but minus 2x by 2 becomes minus x. So once you have done that, then the integration becomes extremely simple. In the next step, third step, if I integrate, it becomes minus x dx 1 by 4 to 3 by 4. The answer of this becomes minus x square by 2 1 by 4 to 3 by 4, which simplifies into minus 1. So answer to this question becomes option. Now this 2024 tries and connects the idea of derivative and substitution in one question. So what the question says is, if you figure out the derivative of the function at 1, that f dash of 1 will be equal to tan of pi by 6, that becomes 1 by root 3. And if I figure out the derivative of the function at 3, it is nothing but tan of pi by 4, that comes out to be 1. This is the first idea given in the question. In the next part, now they are talking about differentiation. In that, what they have given is 27 integration from 1 to 3 f dash of t whole square plus 1 into f double dash t and dt. Now here you can see that we can do a direct substitution and put f dash of t as nothing but u. If I do this substitution, what is going to happen? F double dash of t and dt will become du, and it is fine because this portion is already given to us. And as a result, the limits will also change. Now f dash of 1 will become the lower limit, and that is nothing but 1 by root 3. And f dash of 3 will become the upper limit, that will become 1. So if I do this, my integration transforms into 27 times 1 to 1 by root 3 to 1. So, and this becomes nothing but t square u square plus 1 dt du. Now once I integrate this, this is going to become 27 times u cube by 3 plus u into 1 by root 3 to 1. Once you simplify this, this reduces into 36 minus 10 root 3 after calculation. So the value of alpha corresponding to this expression comes out to be nothing but 36, and the value of beta corresponding to this, that is nothing but coefficient of root 3, becomes minus 10. So alpha plus beta becomes 26. That corresponds to option A. Now again, this question tries and connects the idea of composite function. In fact, there was an idea of an iterative with the idea of integration. So integration part is very simple if you figure out the iterative part. So in the first part, let us solve it like a question of function. So what we can do, we can figure out first f of fx. So it will become nothing but fx by 1 plus fx raised to the power 4 raised to the power 1 by 4. And if I put the values, it is going to become x by 1 plus x raised to the power 4 raised to the power 1 by 4. Denominator becomes again x raised to the power 4 by 1 plus x raised to the power 1 by 4, and which eventually simplified comes out to be nothing but x by 1 plus 2x raised to the power 1 by 4. Once you have this, in the second part of the question, if you do this one more time and repeat the process, again replace x by fx, you will realize that what will happen when there was 2 fx, we got 2 here. When there was 1 fx, we got 1 here. So when we have 3, if you simplify this, this will become x by 1 plus 3x raised to the power 4 raised to the power 1 by 4. And hence you will be able to understand that gx, in which we are doing this 4 times, will come out to be x by 1 plus 4x raised to the power 4 raised to the power 1 by 4. So you can say that the coefficient of x raised to the power 4 in the denominator is increasing with every fx. If it had been n, we could have written n. Once you have done that, in the third step, now we have got the integral. 0 to root of 2 root 5 is given. They are writing 18. Then you have x square into x by 1 plus 4x raised to the power 4 raised to the power 1 by 4 dx. So you can see that in the numerator there is an x cube. In the denominator we have 1 plus x raised to the power 4. For the sake of integration, I can put 1 plus x raised to the power 4 as nothing but t. Once you do this, and in fact if you want, you can put this as t raised to the power 4, because then 1 by 4 in the denominator will get cancelled out. If you do this, this becomes 16x cube dx. And we have 4t cube dt. So this 4 will get cancelled out. And if I look into the next part, you can clearly see that the limits will also change corresponding to this. So here only, if I put x is equal to 0, the value of t corresponding to that will become 1. And if I put the value of x as nothing but 2 raised to the power 1 by 2, 5 raised to the power 1 by 4, correspondingly this will become 1 plus 4 times 2, this will become 4 and this will become 5. So what we have is nothing but 5 into 4, 20, 81. This is equal to t raised to the power. So correspondingly t comes out to be 3. We have got the value of upper limit and lower limit also. So in the fourth part, the integration transforms into 18 will remain same. We have 1 by 4 here. The limit goes from 1 to 3. And inside what you have got is nothing but t cube dt. And from denominator you have got a t. This will become 2. So this will become 9 by 2 times a t raised to the power 3 by 3. And ultimately in the fifth part, if I simplify this, this is going to become nothing but 3 by 2 times. We will put the limit from 1 to 3. If I put 3, it becomes 27. If I put 1, it becomes 1. So after simplifying this, this becomes 3 into 26 divided by 2. That is 3 into 13 becomes 30. So if I check the option, my C option matches. If I start from this 2023 question, in this question, it is very peculiar question. Such kind of question have already been asked in indefinite. So what you can do in this question is, take a x from the first part, borrow one x from here and take it inside this 7th power, 1 by 7th power. So if I do so, it will become x raised to the power 7. And if I add it in 14, this becomes 21. If I add it in 7, this becomes 14. And this becomes x raised to the power 7. So I have borrowed a power from here, taken inside this 7th root. So this is what am I getting. What is the importance of this expression? Now we can take this part and put it equal to t. So 2 times x raised to the power 21, 3 times x raised to the power 14, 6 into x raised to the power 7 will become equal to t. And if I differentiate this, it is going to become 2 into 21 x raised to the power 20, 3 into 14 x raised to the power 13, 6 into 7 x raised to the power 6 into dx is equal to dt. And importance of this is, you can see that this coefficients are same, that is 42, and we can keep it common. You can see that what is already present in the numerator, we are already getting it. This is the first part. And now if I put 0, it will become 0 obviously. But if I put 1, you can see that this becomes 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 6, 11. So 0 to 11 we will get. And now this first part, the 1 by 42 we will get, and this first part that was written along with this and dx, this will become dt. So we have t raised to the power 1 by 7 dt. This is the first part of the question. In the second part, if I integrate, this becomes t raised to the power 1 by 7 plus 1 by 1 by 7 plus 1 into 1 by 42 with 0 to 11. If I substitute the value, this is 11 raised to the power 8 by 7 by 8 by 7 into 1 by 42. This cancels out, and what we are getting is 11 raised to the power 8 by 7 by 6 into 8, 48. So from here we have got the value of 1 by L, and 1 by L, if I, so L becomes nothing but 48. So in the fourth part, L becomes 48. M is nothing but 8 by 7. If you are writing, M will become 8, N will become 7. And now if I am adding all the values, so 48 plus 7 will become 55. 55 plus 6 will become 63. So L plus M plus N is equal to 63. If I look into this next 2022 question, in this we can do a simple substitution of 1 plus x square as nothing but t square. If I do this substitution, I will get 2x dx is equal to 2t dt. 2 will get cancelled out, the limits will change. If I put 0, in place of xt becomes 1. If I put root 3, it becomes 2. We had 15, so let us keep that outside. And then we will be left with an x square here, a t dt here. And inside the root in the bottom, you will get a t square plus t cube. So 1t can be taken out and cancelled. If I do so, also we can substitute x square is nothing but t square minus 1. You will get a dt. We will have root of 1 plus t. Once you have got this, this was the first step. In the next step, we will do one more substitution. Let us put 1 plus t is equal to u square. So dt will be equal to 2u du. And limits will again change. If I put 1, it becomes root 2. If I put 2, it becomes root 3. We had 15. So 15 will now become 30 if I multiply by 2. What we will have in the numerator is nothing but u square minus 1 whole square minus 1. Now because now we have put 1 plus t as nothing but u square. And we had a t square in the numerator. And then what we have got is again a u du, because 2 we took outside, and from denominator we again have a u, so u will get cancelled. Once I simplify this, let us see what do I get. So it becomes 30 times integration root 2 to root 3, and inside we can open it up. So u raised to the power 4 minus 2u square minus plus 1 minus 1 will get cancelled out du. And if I integrate, what am I getting is 30 u raised to the power 5 by 5 minus 2u cube by 3. And then we have limit with us. The limit is nothing but root 2 to root 3. If I simplify the first part, this will be 6 into u raised to the power 5 will become 9 into root 3, and minus, if I put root 2, it becomes root 2, so it will become 4 root 2, and with minus sign I will get the next part, and if I take, so it will become 20 times 3 root 3 minus 2 root. If I again simplify, the root terms can be written. So 6 into 9 will become 54, and 20 into 3 will become minus 60 root 3. And then the other part, let us write, it will become 6 into 4 minus 24. Minus 20 into 2 will become plus 40. If you simplify the first part, the coefficient comes out to be minus 6 root 3. And for the root 2 part, we will get nothing but 24, that was the first part, and 40 from the next part. This will become nothing but 16 root. Once I compare the value of alpha plus beta, if I take out, will come out to be nothing but minus 6 plus 16. So answer comes out to be 10 unit. Now in this next question, what we need to do is start from this integral and try and convert it into this form. That would be much simpler. So if I start from 0 to 1, 1 minus x raised to the power 10 raised to the power 20 dx. First thing we can do it, put x raised to the power 20 st. And if I do it so, the derivative will become 10 x raised to the power 9 dx is equal to dt. So if I put 0, it will become 0. If I put 1, it will become 1. It is 1 by 10. And then this will become 1 minus t raised to the power 20 by x raised to the power 9 dt. Now x we can substitute from here. That would be nothing but t raised to the power 1 by 10. So this becomes 1 minus t raised to the power 20 by t raised to the power 1 by 10. This will become 9 by 10 dt. And you have 1 by 10 on the outside. So it is very simple. After this, we'll try and rearrange the terms so that it starts looking like this. So if you write the a part is simple, it is outside. The limits are same. T, if taken out in the numerator, can be written as 9 by 10. 1 minus t raised to the power 20 dt. And since it is written in the form of x, based on the property, we can replace any variable with anything inside the integral. So inside the definite integral. So we can also write the same thing in the form of x like this. Once you have done that, in the next part we'll compare. You can see that if I compare this with the expression that is given to me, so the value of a comes out to be 1 by 10. That was simple. But in order to get the value of b and c, this we will have to compare with m minus 1, or that is nothing but b minus 1. So b minus 1 is equal to minus 9 by 10. As a result, b comes out to be 1 by 10. And similarly, you can see that c minus 1 can be written as nothing but 20. So c comes out to be 20. Once we do this, in the next part, third part, I can put the value in this expression. So 100 into a will become 10. 100 into b will also become 10. And 100 into 21 will become 2100. So if you add it up, this is 2120. That is nothing but option T. Now, next category of questions are based on by parts. So this is not a category, this is a technique itself in the first category. So if I look into this by parts, what is the important thing when limits are given? And this is important to understand because students do not know what to do when the limits are given with by parts. You can see that we can write first function into integration of second function minus integration of differentiation of first function integration of second function. Everything is same, only the limits you need to understand. So first limit will come here. It is very important. It is not coming over this integral. It is coming here. It is important. And second one will put here. So remember these two things. Now you can apply the concept of by parts in solving questions of definite integral as well. Also remember, we looked into 5 to 6 problem categories of the same by parts in indefinite integral. Go over that before coming to this because that will help you solve problems faster. Now this 2022 question tries and connects multiple ideas. So first idea is that of by parts. If you look into this integral that is given to us and very carefully look into this idea, you can see that if I take this as nothing but my first function, this is nothing but my second function, then you can see that something kind of a by parts can be generated here. Let us see how it works out. So what I can do here is if I start with gx, I can split it into two different integrals. So we can write sec t as my first function and then f dash of t as my second function. And then we have plus integration x to pi by 4 sec t, tan t, and then f of t and dt. Now let us simplify this. So if I just integrate the first part, you will be able to see using by parts. It would be first function into integration of second function, that will become f of t. Limits will put here. and minus you are getting the same function. So if you write this, the derivative of first function will come, that will be sec t, tan t, and integration will become f of t dt. And you can see similar function is written here also. So these two functions written here and here will get cancelled out, and we will be left with nothing but sec of pi by 4 f of pi by 4 minus sec x into f of x. Now sec of pi by 4 is nothing but root 2, and this expression is also given to me as nothing but root 2. If I put, this is the function that we are getting. So this is nothing but 2 minus f of x by cos x. I have written sec x as nothing but 1 by cos x. Once I have done that, in the next part, they are taking the question to limits. Now let us put the limits. So whenever there are multi-concept questions, you take one concept at a time or one chapter at a time. Once you have done that, this is 2 minus f of x by cos x. Now the question says that if x tends to pi by 2, the numerator will become 0 and denominator is cos x, so this will become 0. So this is 0 by 0 form. So I can split it into two limits and apply L'Hopital rule. So this becomes limit x tends to pi by 2 minus f of x by cos x. Now this limit we already know would be equal to 2. Here I can apply L'Hopital rule. So this will become f dash of x. This will become minus sin. Now f dash of pi by 2 is given in the question as nothing but 1. So we can substitute this value from here. The value of this becomes nothing but 2, and this will become plus 1. So answer comes out to be 3. You can see that your B option matches. Now in this next question, it is based on the idea of invisible biparts, and we looked into that idea where one of the function, and especially the first function, the second function is invisible. First we will do a substitution. E raised to the power x is equal to t. We can do small substitution to simplify our life. And once you do so, it will become nothing but integration. This becomes e raised to the power x dx equal to dt, and then we will do the integration. So if I put x is nothing but minus ln 2, this becomes 1 by 2. And if I put 2, this becomes ln 2, it becomes nothing but 2. Now you can see that here what we are left with is log of t plus root of 1 plus t square, and this is a very important function we will look by. Now this is an odd function, so it is not of great utility in this question, but in some question it might be useful. In the second step, what we can do is we can apply invisible biparts. So I can take this as my first function. I'm assuming 1 that is written here as my second function. If I integrate them, it is going to become first function. That would be nothing but ln of t plus root of 1 plus t square into integration of second function. So integration of 1 becomes t. Limit is 1 by 2 to 2. And then we'll put a minus sign. Write the differentiation. So this becomes nothing but t plus root of 1 plus t square. Differentiation from chain rule also becomes 1 plus 2t by 2 root 1 plus t square. And we will have a t dt as well. Once we have written that, now you can see that the first part is very simple. You can just put the limits and get the answer. So this becomes, if I put 2 here, 2 plus root 5. Then minus of 1 by 2 ln of, there was a t also, so let us write 2 here. And we'll have 1 by 2 ln of 1 by 2 plus root of 1 plus 1 by 4. Once you have done that, in the next part, let us simplify this. So 2 is getting cancelled out. And you can see that t plus 1 by root 1 plus t square will also get cancelled out. What we are left with is t by root of 1 plus t square. And now the limit is also from 2 to 1 by 2 to 2. Once I do this, this is 1 by 2. This will become 2. This gets simplified into 2 times 2 plus root 5. This is 1 by 2 ln of 1 by 2 plus root of 5 by 2. This part now we can see that can be done by doing one more simplification. So let me take it separately and then substitute the value of this integral. So I am taking it again on in the third step. I will solve this separately. So this I2, for this I will again do a substitution. So let me write it down and then put a substitution. So I can put 1 plus t square as nothing but u square. Once we do that, this is 2t dt is equal to 2u du. So 2 will get cancelled out. If I put the limit, it will become 1 plus 1 by 4. That is root 5 by 4. So root 5 by 2. And if I put 2, this is 2 plus 4, 5. So this becomes root 5. Once we have this, now you can see that this will become u du. The denominator will also become u. So this will get cancelled out. And my answer of this next part comes out to be nothing but u root 5 by 2 to root 5. If you subtract them, answer will become root 5 by 2. So this part we have got. This came out to be nothing but minus root 5 by 2. Now we can simplify the rest and get the answer. So what we'll have to do is ln of 2 plus root 5 whole square divided by 1 plus root 5 by 2 raised to the power 1 by 2 minus root 5 by 2. You can see that root 5 by 2 is coming in this option and this option, plus 2 plus root 5 whole square is only there in B option, so B option comes out to be correct. Now the next type of questions are based on the technique of partial fraction. If I look into this next 2023 question, this question talks about a function that is given in the denominator. You can see that we can factorize it using partial fractions. So for the sake of partial fraction, I am not doing substitution, but for the sake of partial fraction, I am writing this as t. Because if I do it so, the denominator part is going to become nothing but 6 by, and we can also remove 6 for the point of view of partial fractions. This will become nothing but t cube, then 6t square plus 11t plus 6. And now it is easy to factorize this because I can write this statement as nothing but t cube. I can borrow 1 from 11 and this will become t cube plus 1 plus 6t square plus 6t. Then I am left with 5t and 5 that I can take separately. Once I have done that, you can see that t plus 1 will come out as constant. What is left is t square minus t plus 1 plus 6t plus 5. And if I simplify this, this becomes 1 upon t plus 1 t square plus 5t plus 6, which can in turn be factorized and written as t plus 1, t plus 2 and t plus 3. If I apply partial fractions technique 1, I can directly write the answer using the shortcut. So the shortcut was very simple. If I am writing 1 upon t plus 1, I will put the value of t equal to minus 1. So this, if I equate to 0, t will become minus 1 in the remaining two parts. So it will become nothing but 1 into 2. So 2 will come. In the remaining part, again, what I am going to do is when I am going to write t plus 2, then I am going to put minus 2 in both the parts. So it will become minus 1. In the third part, if you put minus 3 in the first two part, it becomes minus 2 into minus 1. That becomes 2. 1 upon t plus 3. Now once I have this, in the third part, let us put the value of t here. So let us put it in the same part and then do the next. If I do this, becomes 2 into e raised to the power x plus 1 in the denominator. Second one will become 1 upon e raised to the power x plus 2, and the third will become plus 1 by 2 1 upon e raised to the power x plus 3. Once I have this, in the third part, we can split the integral. So this will become 0 to infinity. If I multiply by 6, this will become 3 dx by e raised to the power x plus 1. Then 6 times 0 to infinity dx by e raised to the power x plus 2. And at last 3 times 0 to infinity dx by e raised to the power x plus 3. Now once, if you want to integrate this, and I will just show it for one part and the rest can be done in the similar manner. If I take this, I am going to put 0 to infinity e raised to the power minus x dx. This is going to become 1 plus e raised to the power minus x. Similarly, the next one will also behave in the similar manner. 0 to infinity e raised to the power minus x by 1 plus 2 into e raised to the power minus x dx. In the third part, then it is going to become 3 times integration from 0 to infinity e raised to the power minus x by 1 plus 3 times e raised to the power minus x. Why is this important? Because whatever is written in the denominator and close to its differentiation is given in the numerator. So if I want to write the integral in the next part, it becomes extremely simple. I can just write it as nothing but 3 times ln of 1 plus e raised to the power minus x, but divide by minus 1, derivative of that will. And the next will become nothing but, so this will become plus, so this divide by 2, ln of 1 plus 2 e raised to the power minus x. So this times minus 2 came, and in the last part it will become nothing but 3 by minus 3 ln of, so he can write plus here and minus here, 1 plus 3 e raised to the power minus 6. Now you can see that there is a limit from 0 to infinity on all the three parts. So I am putting it in one go. If I put infinity, you can see that the answer corresponding to all of them will become ln of 1, and that will become 0. The first part, the answer becomes 0. For the second part, if you put 0, this will become plus 3 times ln 2. The next will become minus 6 times, not 6, 3 times ln 3. The last will become nothing but plus ln 4, which if simplified comes out to be nothing but ln of 8 into 4 by 27. So ln of 32 by 27, which if I look into the option, matches option C. The next type of trigonometric integrals, you can see that the 8 to 10 types. So there are total 10 types of trigonometric integrals, somewhere around 10 that we looked into indefinite. All of those can be asked in terms of definite now. So now there are two very prominent ideas: quadratic of sine square x and sine x cos x in the denominator, and a linear of sine x and cos x in the denominator, that have been asked a lot in terms of definite integrals. So now let us look into those two types. If I look into this 2024 question, what it says is, if you want to solve this question, what I can do is I can process it like a trigonometric integral. So what I am going to do is I am going to divide by going to take cos cube x common from the denominator. So this is cos square x, sine square x. I am going to take cos, so this will become cos raised to the power 6x, 1 plus tan x whole cube whole square. And if you simplify this, this becomes 0 to pi by 4. Two powers will get cancelled out. This will become tan square x into sec square x dx, and 1 plus tan cube x whole square. Now you can see that whatever is written here, close to its derivative is given here. So in the next step, if I just put 1 plus tan cube x is nothing but t, the derivative will become 3 tan square x sec square x dx equal to dt. Also we will get, if I put 0, x is 0, the lower limit becomes 1. If I put x is pi by 4, this becomes 2. So this is integration from 1 to 2, 1 by 3 times dt by t square, which if integrated, the third step would become nothing but minus 1 by t. There is a 1 by 3, let us write it inside only, 1 to 2. So answer becomes minus 1 by 6 plus 1 by 3, that comes out to be 1 by 6. Let us check. So you can see that B option matches. If I look into this next 2024 question, it is nothing but based on the idea of linear expression of sin x and cos x in denominator. So idea in all such question is to put cos x or sin x in terms of half angle of tan. So we can substitute the value of cos x as nothing but 1 minus tan square x by 2. by 1 plus 10 square x by 2. If you substitute this value, this will become nothing but 0 to pi. The numerator we will have 1 plus 10 square x by 2 dx. In the denominator, I have 1 plus a square into 1 plus 10 square x by 2. And this will become twice of a into 1 minus 10 square x by 2. Once we have substituted this, it can be simplified into 0 to pi. This will become sec square x by 2. It is like one of the most standard questions that can be asked in the exam. And if I put it here, this will become 1 plus a square minus 2a. And then it will become nothing but plus 1 plus a square plus 2a into 10 square x by 2. Once we have this, now you can clearly see that after this first step, in the next step, we are going to put 10 x by 2 as nothing but t. So that would mean sec square x by 2 into 1 by 2x dx is equal to dt. And the limits will also become 0 to infinity if I substitute. So this comes out to be nothing but 2 dt by, now this term that we have written here, very carefully observe that a lies between 0 and 1. So it will be prudent to write it as nothing but 1 minus a whole square. The remaining part is 1 plus a whole square and then t square. Now we'll write this integral. So whatever is not required, we'll take it outside. So it becomes nothing but 1 plus a whole square. This becomes 0 to infinity and dt by t square plus 1 minus a by 1 plus a whole square. And once I do this, it is 2 by 1 plus a whole square. And now this will become 1 by a. That is 1 minus a by 1 plus a. Tan inverse of x by a. So t upon 1 minus a by 1. The limit is 0 to infinity. If you put 0, it will become 0. But if you put infinity, this becomes pi by 2. And this simplified will become 1 minus a square. This will become pi by 2. We also had a 2 here. So this will get cancelled out. And final answer is pi by 1 minus a. It's important that we have written 1 minus a here because a lies between 0 and 1. Now in this next question that came in 2023, we can do the same thing. We can put sine and cos again in terms of half angle of tan x by 2 and you won't be able to solve it. If I look into this next 2024 question, it is based on the idea when you have a linear expression of sine cos in the numerator and linear expression of sine cos in the denominator. So the process is very straightforward. We'll write numerator, that is 136 sine x, as a linear combination of denominator, that is 3 sine x plus 5 cos x plus b times differentiation of denominator, that will become 3 cos x minus 5 sin x. Once we write it like this, now it can be regrouped and written as nothing but 3a minus 5b sin x and 5a plus 3b cos x. Then we can compare the coefficient of sin x and cos x. So you have 3a minus 5b is equal to 136 and 3b plus 5a is equal to 0. From here we can get the value of b as nothing minus 5 by 3a. Substitute in this equation, so this becomes 3a. This becomes 25 by 3a is equal to 136, and if you solve, the value of a comes out to be 12. When we put this value here, we get the value of b, so it becomes nothing but minus 20. Once you have got the value, now let us move towards the next part of the question. Now if I write it down, it will become a, that is 12 times integration of denominator, that is 3 sin x plus 5 cos x by 3 sin x plus 5 cos x dx, and then minus 20 times 3 cos x minus 5 sin x by 3 sin x plus 5 cos x dx. Once you have done this, in the step 3, we can see that this will get cancelled out and will become 1. The first part becomes nothing but, and also let us put the limit 0 to pi by 4, 0 to pi by 4. The first part become nothing but 12 into pi by 4. For the next part, answer becomes minus 20 ln of 3 sin x plus 5 cos x, because the differentiation of denominator is given in the numerator, 0 to pi by 4. If I put this limit, the first part of the answer you can see that comes out to be 3 pi. Then we have minus 20 ln of, if you put pi by 4, it is 8 by root 2. And the next part will become nothing but plus 20 times ln of 5. Now you can match the options. So you can see that your A option is matched. We can do a little bit of simplification in the second term. This next problem strategy is using concepts of functions to solve questions. Now, it would be highly beneficial that you go to basic ideas like functional equations, base standard functions, composite function in order to solve this question. Now, let us jump on to the questions and see how we can solve such questions. So, this first kind of question is based on standard function, that is a quadratic function that is given to us. Now, see, there is one way to do this question in terms of constants only, that is ABC, but it will be more beneficial. You assume a function. I am assuming a function 1 plus 2x plus 3x square. The reason behind choosing the value of a, b, c as 1, 2, 3 is because the integration will become easy. If you figure out integration, because the integration part is very simple now. If you do it so, this will become nothing but x, this will become x square, this will become x cube, 0 to 1. The answer will directly come out to 3. We should see that which of this option, if I substitute the value as of a, b, c as 3, 1, 2 and 3 respectively, will satisfy this answer that we have got. So let us check option one by one. Before doing that, we'll have to find the value of f of 0. So let us figure out the value of f of 0. If I figure out the value of f of 0, it will become 1. If I figure out the value of 1, it will become 6. And f of 1 by 2, if I figure out, it will become 1 plus 1 plus 3 by 4. So answer becomes nothing but, this will be 2, 11 by 4. Once we have figured this out, now let us check option A first. A says that 1 by 3 times f of 1, that is nothing but 6, f of 0, that is nothing but 1, and 2 into 11 by 4. That comes out to be 1 by 3 times, this is 7, and this is 11 by 2. That is nothing but 25 by 6. Now we can see that 25 by 6 is not our answer, it is 3. Let us move on to the next option, that is nothing but B. If I put the values in B and check, it is 1 by 6 times f of 1, that is 6, f of 0, that is nothing but 1, and then 4 times 11 by 4. The numerator part becomes nothing but 12 plus 6, nothing but 18 by 6. It comes out to be 3. You can see that this option matches. So B comes out to be the right option. Now look into the next question. It is based on functional equation. First we'll have to solve this functional equation and then integrate the function to get the answer. Now this is the question of functional equation. We have the technique of recognition, then substitution, then polynomial function. And we usually use these three techniques to solve problems. So this is based on the second technique, that is substitution. So we'll replace x by 1 by x. If I do so, this becomes 5 times 1 by x plus 4 times f of x is equal to x plus 3. Now here we can substitute the value of f of 1 by x from the first equation. So that becomes nothing but 1 by x plus 3 minus 5fx by 4. And what we have here is nothing but 4fx is equal to x plus 3. If I simplify this, this will become 5 by, and let us take 4 on the other side. It will largely benefit us. So will become 5 by x plus 15 minus 25fx. What we have here is nothing but 16fx and then 4x plus 12. If I simplify this, you can see that these two terms, and if I simplify, will become 9x. So what I have is nothing but 5x plus 15x minus 4x minus 12 is equal to 9 times. This, if simplified, becomes nothing but 5 by x minus 4x plus 3. And now you can see that what I have is nothing but 9 times fx. So this 9 can be taken on the other side. It will become 1 by 9 fx. This is the first part. Now we have got the function. In the next part, we are going to substitute the value. So I will get 2 times 0 to 2, 5 by x minus 4x plus 3 dx. And if I simplify this, let us see what do we get. So 2 will remain outside. This becomes 5 ln mod of x minus 4x square by 2 plus 3x. And then we'll put limit from 0 to 2. 1 to 2. If I simplify, let us see what is the final answer. So 2 times, if I put the limit, this becomes 5 ln 2. Then minus, this will become 2 into 4, 8. And this will become 3 into 2, 6. And then minus, from this we'll subtract. If I put 1, the first one becomes 0. This becomes 4 by 2. And this becomes minus 3. If I simplify, the answer comes out to be nothing but 2 times 5 ln 2. This is minus 8 plus 6 will become minus 2. And then this will get cancelled out. So minus 3 will remain. My final answer becomes nothing but tan ln 2 minus 6. Let us check the options. You can see that C option matches. Now in this next 2022 question, we have to find first the value of an, and once we have figured out this value, they are asking a very peculiar thing. So let us first figure out the value of an. So if I integrate this, it becomes nothing but x square by 4, x cube by 9, so on and so forth till x raised to the power n by n square. Then we'll have to put limit from minus 1 to n. So this is what we are getting. Let us also not put the limits. Now in the second part, what they are saying is find the sum of all the elements of the set such that the value of an corresponding to that lies between 2 and 30. So now let us first find the value of a1. So we have put n is equal to 1. So now if you put 1 here, the n will become 1. So this will become 1 term only. It will not go till n is equal to 1. So this will become 1. The limit is also minus 1 to 1. So you can see that the answer of this becomes nothing but since it includes only those values of n for which an belongs to 2 to 30. So we will not consider this. This is not something that we'll want. Now if I find a2, this will become x plus x square. And now we can see that here we are going till, this was x, from minus 1 to 2. And if I write this answer, so this is going to become 2 plus 1. And then 4 minus 1. This simplifies into nothing but 3 plus 4 minus 1. That is nothing but 6. And 6 belongs to this interval, so this is an acceptable answer. Now if I move forward to the third value, that is a3, let us see what do we get. So if I put a3 into it, it will be x square by 4, x cube by 9, from minus 1 to 3. And if I put 3 here, this will become 3 plus 1. The next term will become 9 by 4 minus 1 by 4, and the next term will become 27. That will become 3 minus 1 by, that is nothing but minus 1 plus 1 by 9. Now let us check out this value. You can see that if I look into this value, it comes out to be nothing but 4. This will become 8 by 4, that will become 2. And the last will become 27. So this is 3 plus 1 by 9. If you add this up, you can see that it will become 7 plus 2, 9, 9 plus 1 by 9. So again, you can see that it lies in this interval 2 to 30. Similarly, you will check for 4 also. But now this 4 will exceed 30. You can see that, and after this onwards, all the values will exceed 30. If you add up all the relevant values, you can see that there are only 2 values of n that are valid. So in my set, there are only 2 values, 2 and 3 corresponding to n. So sum of these value comes out to be 5. If I look into this next 2023 question, it looks little bit complicated, but it's a simple question. If I want to find, so they have to go, question says that you have to find the value of S2. Let us start with S1. If I find the value of S1, this will become C1. I will have to put k is equal to 1. And this integral will become 0 to 1, 0 to x. 1 would be here. And this will become S0 x dx. You can see that in order to find the value of S1, one part is C1, another part is this S0 x, that is given as x. So this will become 0 to x dx. And simultaneously, let us also find the value of C1. C1 is nothing but 1 minus 0 to 1. And now this will become nothing but S0. So S0 x dx. So if I put this value, it becomes 1 minus 0 to 1 x dx. So this becomes 1 minus 1 by 2, comes out to be 1 by 2. If I put this value here, this becomes x by 2. This becomes x square by 2, 0 to x. And answer is x plus x square by 2. This is the value of S1x. Now we'll have to also figure out the value of S2x. If I find the value of x2x, it will become nothing but C2 times x plus 2 into integration from 0 to x S1x dx. Once I write this value, I will have to again get the value of C2 and S1 to get the answer. So if I figure out the value of first part, that is C2 on the side lines, so C2 would be nothing but 1 minus integration 0 to 1 S1x. Now if I substitute the value, this comes out to be nothing but 1 minus S01. This becomes x plus x square by 2. And if I integrate this part, this comes out to be x square by 4. The second part comes out to be x cube by 6. 0 to 1. And if I put 1 here, this becomes 1 minus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 6. And this is 1 minus. If I take LCM, this will become 24. And this 6 plus 4 can be written here. So we can see that this comes out to be 10 by 24. That is nothing but 1 minus 5 by 12. Or this comes out to be nothing but 7 by 2. So we have got the value of C2. That is nothing but 7 by 12 times x. S1 corresponding to this came out to be x plus x square by 2 dx. This 2 will get cancelled out. It is 7 by 12x plus, if this integrated, will become x square by 2, x cube by 3. And this is what it is. So once you have this, now in the question we have to get the value of S2, 3. So I will have to put the value of x as nothing but 3. So 7 by 12 into 3, 9 by 2 plus 27 by 3 will come. So 7 by 2, 12. So this will become 7 by 4 plus 9 by 2 plus 9. And if I simplify this, this is 7 plus 18 by 4 plus 9. This is what we have got, and this is nothing but 9 plus 25 by 4. This is what we have got. Next, if I figure out the value of C3, So this is my step 2. Let us go to step 3 and figure out the value of C3, because the question also says that we have to find 6 times C3. So C3, if I figure out, it becomes 1 minus integration 0 to 1 x2x dx. That in turn will become 1 minus integration from 0 to 1 7 by 12x plus x square by 2 plus x cube by 3 dx. If simplified, this comes out to be 11 by 4. And now 11 by 24. Now once we put the value in the expression that is given to us, this value was 9 plus 25 by 4. This comes out to be 6 into 11 by 24, and this becomes 9 plus 25 by 4 plus 11 by 4. This is nothing but 9 plus 36 by 4. The answer comes out to be 9 plus 9, that is nothing but 80. If I look into this next question, this next 2023 question is an interesting one. But if you just observe here cos x, the first thing that you should do is put sin x is equal to t. Because if you put sin x equal to t, then the derivative will become cos x. Dx is equal to dt, and that is something that is given to us. So this will become 0, this will become 1. And now let us interpret the summation. So this will become, in place of sin x, if I write t, so this will start with t raised to the power 0, t raised to the power 1, and it will go till t raised to the power n minus 1. This is what is written. In the next part, what they have given is nothing but, if I again put 1, so this is t and raised to the power 0, then 3 times t raised to the power 1, and this will go till 2n minus 1 t raised to the power n minus 1 dt. Just by doing this, now we have reduced it into 2 series, and now this has become easier. The reason behind that is, if I just multiply and divide by root 2 in this one, so let us do this separately. If I take this series, so this was my first part. In the second part, if I am taking this series, and if I multiply and divide by root t, answer corresponding to that becomes t raised to the power 1 by 2, 3 by 2, 5 by 2, and t raised to the power n minus 1 by 2. What is the benefit of doing this? Benefit is that if now I put this part as nothing but u. Now if I take t raised to the power 1 by 2, t raised to the power 3 by 2, till t raised to the power n minus 1 by 2, and put this as nothing but u, then what is going to happen? In the third step, the derivative of this becomes 1 by 2 t raised to the power minus 1 by 2 plus t raised to the power 3 by 2 into 1 by 2, and this will go till n minus 1 by 2 into t raised to the power n minus 1 by 2 minus 1. And now if I simplify this side, it will become dt. This will be equal to du. Now if you look into the question that was given to us, and if I simplify this part, you can see that 1 by 2 can be taken outside. We can also take a root t outside. And as a result, what we are getting is t raised to the power 0, 3 t raised to the power 1, 5 t square, and this is exactly, and 2n minus 1 t raised to the power n minus 1 dt is equal to dx. So you can see that this whole part that was here earlier is getting regenerated along with an extra root 2. So this whole part got regenerated. As a result, now if I substitute this in the fourth step, in the fourth step, we will be able to write this integral as nothing but, this will become u, and the remaining part, there was already a root t here, because we multiplied and divided by root t in this step, so this root t was still there. And then here again we have got root t du, so this will get cancelled out. Now comes the limit part. So now if I put 0, this lower limit becomes 0, and if I put 1, the upper limits, you can see that there are n terms, so this will become n. Once we have this, now the integration becomes extremely simple. It becomes u raised to the power 2 by 2, limit from 0 to n. So this is nothing but n square by 2. We forgot to write 2 that came from here, so I also include that 2 here. So this will become nothing but u square and ultimately n square. So in the fifth part, if I write the answer, f of 21 minus f of 20 will be nothing but 21 square minus 20 square. So if you apply a minus b to 21 minus 20 and 21 plus 20, this will become 1, this will become 41, answer becomes 40. Now the next kind of technique that we can involve, or the problems that can be combined, is with AOD, application of derivatives. So in this question, you can see that there we have been given maximum of this function, minimum of this function as alpha and beta. So first let us write this function. So if I analyze this function, it can be written as x square minus 9 by x minus 5, which in turn can be written as x square minus 25 plus 25 minus 9 by x minus 5, which in turn can be written as x square minus 25 by x minus 5 plus 16 by x minus 5, which in turn can be written as x plus 5 plus 16 by x minus 5. Once we have this, now what we can understand from here is, if I want to find its maximum minimum value, we can find its derivative. If I write the derivative of this function, this becomes 1 minus 16 by x minus 5 whole square. This is what we are getting. And now if I write this down, you can see that this can be written as x minus 5 whole square minus 16 by x minus 5 whole square. And if I simplify again, this can be written as x minus 5 minus 4. We are applying a square minus b square into x minus 5 plus 4 by x minus 5 whole square. So if you analyze this function using first derivative test, you can see that this is how it will look like, and the lower value would be nothing but minus 1 and the upper value would be nothing but 9. So you can see that till 1 it is positive, then it becomes negative, then again positive. This is how the nature of the function is. If I am going from 0 to 2, you can clearly see that it increases till 1 and after that it decreases. So at 1 it is going to get the maximum value. So if I find the maximum value, that is alpha, it is going to come at 1. So that is 9 minus 1 by 5 minus 1. So this becomes 8 by 4. The value of alpha comes out to be 2. Similarly, if I want to find the minimum value, so we will have to check it the endpoints, that is nothing but 0 and 2. If I check the value at 0, the value at 0 becomes 9 by 5 and the value at 2 will become 9 minus 4 by 5 minus 2, that would be nothing but 5 by 3. So one is 9 by 5, another one is 5 by 3. Which one is more? In order to understand that, I have to make the denominator same. So if I multiply and divide by 3 here, it will be 27 by 15. If I multiply and divide by 5 here, it will become 25 by 15. So you can see that this one is smaller. Since we want to find the minimum value, it would be in the second part. It becomes 5 by 3. So the value of beta comes out to be 5 by 3. We have figured out the maximum and minimum value of the function. In the third part, now the integration part starts. They are saying that integration of this function from 2 alpha minus 1, that will be 4 minus 1, will become 3. And beta, that is 5 by 3 minus 8 by 3, will become minus 1. So this is what we are getting. Now if I analyze the function and understand that which one is going to be maximum till what interval. So for doing that, what I will have to do is, in this fourth step, then again we will come back to fourth step. Let us equate these two functions and understand what will happen, when will they become equal. So if I just equate the first function that we simplified to this with x. You can see that x will get cancelled out. So from here you can clearly see that 5 into x minus 5 plus 16 will be equal to 0. So 5x minus 9 after simplification would be equal to 0. So x at 9 by 5 they will become equal. And before that, because after when the function starts decreasing, you can see that this second function will become smaller. So we can see that if I want to write the maximum function of, I am calling the first function as 9 minus x square by 5 minus x and x. You can see that till minus 1 to 9 by 5. The first function, that is 9 minus x square by 5 minus x, this is going to be the bigger one. And it will be nothing but from 9 by 5 to 3. This would be nothing but x dx. Once we have got this, now it is a matter of integration. So minus 1 to 9 by 5. We already simplified this as nothing but x plus 5 plus 16 by x minus 5. We already did that. So we can again split this into two integrals now. This will become x square by 2 from 9 by 5 to 3. So if you simplify this down, and let us see what will happen. If you write everything down and simplify, what we'll get is minus 1 to 9 by 5 into x dx. And then the next will become 5. So this will become 5 times 9 by 5 plus 1. And next part, if you write it down, it is going to be 16 times ln of x minus 5 mod from minus 1 to 9 by 5. And the last was x square by 2, 9 by 5 to 3. Now you can see that this part that we are getting from here and this part, these are the same integrals. So they will simplify and will become x square by 2 from minus 1 to 3. This will become 14. And this will become, if you simplify, ln of 8 by 15. If we simplify this, this comes out to be nothing but 9 minus 1 will become 8 by 2, 4. So 4 plus 14, this becomes my alpha 1. And 16 ln of 8 by 15. So this becomes alpha 2. If you add them, it comes out to be nothing but 34. Now this next type of category of questions are based on properties, and you will see lot of questions in this specific category. So let us start with type 2 problem, that is piecewise defined function. In piecewise defined function, there are three properties that we need to take into account. One is if you change from x to t inside the integral and definite integral, the value will not change, because both of them will be equal to capital F of b minus capital F of a. Second is if you change the order of limits, you get a minus sign. And third is I can break down a function. I can break down a function from a to c and c to b like this. C does not needs to be lie between a and b, because the first one can be simplified and written as capital F of c minus f of a. Second can be simplified and written as capital F of b minus f of c. F of c is anyway getting cancelled out. So it does not affect the value of the function, hence c can be anywhere. It does not need to lie between the function. But for most of the scenarios, it will lie between the function. And now this third property is very important to analyze piecewise defined function, that is our problem type. If I look into the type 1 problem, you can see that we have questions involving change of definition in the integral. Now you can see that if I go from minus 2 to 2 here, fx dx, you can see that the value changes for the function, the definition changes after 1 and before 1. So I will have to go from minus 2 to 1, fx, that is x square plus 3x plus a dx, and then from 1 to 2, that is bx plus 2 dx. So once I do that, this is x cube by 3, 3x square by 2, ax from minus 2 to 1, plus bx square by 2, plus 2x, 1 to 2. If I put the value, you can see that what happens to this integral. Now this becomes nothing but 1 minus, this will become 1, then minus will become plus, so this will become 8 by 3, and this is 3 by 2, 1 minus 4, this will become a x, it will become 1 plus 2. This is the first part. Now in the second part of the integral, what am I getting is nothing but, if I put 2, this will become b by 2, 4 minus 1 will become 3, 2 into 1. This is what we are getting, and if I simplify, this is nothing but 8 by 3. This is nothing but minus, next one will become minus 9 by 2. Next will become 3a. Then this is 3b by 2 plus 2. If I get the value of a and b, the answer will get solved. Now for doing that, you will again have to go back to this function. What they're saying is this function be differentiable. Differentiable would mean it is continuous also. So for continuity, at x equal to 1, the LHL should be equal to RHL. For finding LHL, I will put 1 here. So this will become 4 plus a. This should be equal to, if I put RHL, then 1 on the other side of the function. This will become nothing but b plus 2. So you can see that b is nothing but 2 plus a. Now for differentiability, in the third part, we will differentiate the function and then do the same thing. If I differentiate the function itself becomes 2x plus 3 and b. This is for values of x smaller than 1, greater than. So again, if I do the same thing and put 1 here, so you can see that it became 2x plus 3. So 1 will make it 5. Now on the other side it becomes b. The value of b comes out to be 5. Correspondingly, a will come out to be nothing but 3. So we have figured out the value of a and b. Now let us do a little bit of correction before moving ahead. So this was nothing but 1 plus 8. So this came out to be 9 by 3. If I substitute the value, it comes out to be nothing but 3 minus 9 by 2. 3 into 3 will become 9. 3 into 5 by 2 plus 2. So this 3 plus 9 will become 12. 12 plus 2. 12 plus 2 becomes nothing but 40. And we have 15 minus 9 by 2. This becomes nothing but 3. So 17 is the final answer. The next type of, or let us say that next category of problems in this problem type are based on modulus. Like we have this question that came in 2023. So if I first will have to interpret or break down this function. So if I write it down, x square minus 3x can be written as x minus 1 into x minus 2. So if I try and understand this, what is going to happen is, if I take values between 1 to 2, this is going to be negative, and for values smaller than 1 or greater than 2, it is going to be positive. So you can see that if I want to interpret this mod, that is x square minus 3x plus 2 mod, we can say that when it is positive, we can open it with positive sign. But this I can only do if I take values of x from minus infinity to 1 and 1 to and 2 to infinity. But it will open with a negative sign for values where it becomes negative. That is nothing but plus 1 to 2. So once you've understood this, now let us understand this is integrating the function. So if I want to break it down, I will have to start from 0 up till 1. And up till 1, you can see that the first part of the function will be considered. So I can write it as x square minus 3x plus 2. In the next part, that is 1 to 2, it will become the negative function, so minus x square minus 3x plus 2. And in the third part, from 2 to 3, it will again become the positive function. Once we have done this, now all we need to do is integration and get the answer. So it is not very difficult after this. It is basically calculation. So x cube by 3 minus 3x square by 2 plus 2x from 0 to 1. Same function, same integration from 1 to 2, and at last again same thing, but now from 2 to 3. In the second part we missed out a minus sign here. Let us also write minus. Once we have done that, let us put the value and do the calculation. So the first part, it becomes 1 by 3 minus 3 by 2 plus 2. The next part, it will be 8 minus 1, that will become nothing but 7 by 3. In the next part, it will become 4 minus 1, that will become nothing but 3 by 2. 3 into 3 by 2. And at last it becomes 2 minus 1, that is nothing but 1. And the last part, if simplified, can be written as nothing but 9 minus 4. 9 minus 4 will become 5. 5 by 3. 3 by 2. 27 minus 8 should be there. So 27 minus 8 would be nothing but 19 by 3. Then 3 by 2. 9 minus 4, that will become 5. And 2 into 3 minus 2, that becomes 1. Now again let us simplify. You can see that in the first part, when we have 1 by 3, this will add up and will become 20 by 3. So 20 by 3, and if I subtract 7 by 3, will become nothing but 13 by 3. And the next part, what we have is nothing but minus 3 by 2. So minus 3 from the next part. If I take minus 3 by 2, it will become minus 15, minus 18. And in that will add 9. So this will become minus 9 by 2. And ultimately in the third part, you have 2 here. This 2. This will become 4. 4 minus 2 will become 2. If I simplify it further, the value will become nothing but 13 into 2, 9 into 3 plus 12 by 6. And this simplified becomes nothing but 26 minus 27 plus 12 divided by 6. This will become nothing but 11 by 6. And in the question, they are also multiplying it by 12. So final answer becomes 12 into 11 by 6, that becomes 22. If I start with this next 2022 question, in this 2020 question, there are two modulus. So there is modulus inside a modulus, and some people do not find this very comfortable. So let me tell you how to interpret this. So first let us start with this case 1. So what we are doing is, we are taking a case when we are looking for values smaller than 1, because we want to interpret only this mod. So if I do this, it will open with a negative sign, and this is what we are going to get. If I am looking into values smaller than 1, I have got this value. And in case 2, when I am looking for values greater than equal to 1, then this modulus will open with a positive sign, and as a result both of these x's will get cancelled out and the value will become 1. So here it is very easy to interpret. Here you can see that the value comes out to be minus 2x plus 1 ka mod, and since it is mod, it can also be written as 2x minus 1. So now this case will have to be again split into two more cases. I will have to consider values between 0, because we are only worried between 0 and 2. I will have to consider values between 0 and 1 by 2. If you go into this duration, it will open with a negative sign. So it becomes minus 2x plus 1. And corresponding to this next case, when we are taking the values between 1 by 2 and 1, you can see that this will open with a positive sign, it becomes 2x minus. Once we have this much, the integration in the next step. So this was my first step, interpretation. In the next step, I am going to integrate. So I will have to go from 0 to 1 by 2, and then the first function will come 2x plus 1. And then I will have to go from 1 by 2 to 1. Here it will become 2x minus 1 dx. And ultimately I will go from 1 to 2. Here it will become 1. Now this integration is very simple. This becomes minus x square plus x. 0 to 1 by 2. This is x square minus x. 1 by 2 to 1. And this becomes nothing but 1. If I put the value here, this is minus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 2. This is 1 minus 1 by 4 will become 3 by 4. This will become 1 by 2. And this is 1. So you can see that this will get cancelled out. And ultimately this will become 1.5. If I look into this next 2024 question says that you have to go from minus pi by 6 to pi by 3. And before that, I will have to understand what happens with 1 minus sin 2x. So you can see that this is a very important identity, that we will be able to write 1 is nothing but sin square x plus cos square x. The second part can be written as 2 sin x cos x. So this will become ultimately root of sin x minus cos x whole square, and root of square is nothing but modulus. So what we are getting is mod of sin x minus cos x. Now if I am going from pi by 6 to pi by 3, you understand that this is the first part. Now in order to interpret the model, let us look into graphs. If I draw the graph of sin x, this is how it behaves. If I draw the graph of cos x, this is how it behaves. So you can see that they become equal to at pi by 4. Till pi by 4, sin x is smaller, cos x is greater, and after pi by 4, cos x is smaller and sin x is greater. So if I want to interpret this, idea would be, it can be written as sin x minus cos x. So now you can see that in the third part, I can go to the interpretation. If I go from pi by 6 to pi by 4, you understand that cos x would be greater. So this can be written as cos x minus sin x. So I have taken a minus sign while opening this modulus. And if I go from pi by 4 to pi by 3, now sin x is greater. So sin x minus cos x is going to be positive. So we are going to write it like this. Now after this, it is basic integration and then simplification to get the values. So let us do the integration. It becomes nothing but sin x. This will become plus cos x. Then we'll have to put values from pi by 6 to pi by 4. If I write the integration of the next part, you will get the same thing but with a minus sign. This will become minus of sin x plus cos x, pi by 4 to pi by 3. If I simplify and put the value in the first part, this becomes 1 by root 2 plus 1 by root 2 minus pi by 6 will become 1 by 2 minus root 3 by 2. Now in the second part, if I put the value pi by 3, it will become root 3 by 2. This will become 1 by 2 minus 1 by root 2 minus 1 by 2. You can see that we have got almost same values. If we add, you will get root 2 4 times. And then 1 by 2 will get also added up. So this will also become minus 1. And minus 2 times root 3 by 2. So this will also get cancelled out. What we are getting is 2 root 2 minus 1 plus 2 root 2 minus root 3. Now what they are saying is, if you compare the constant term is nothing but alpha. So alpha comes out to be minus 1. Beta is the coefficient of root 2, that comes out to be 2. And gamma comes out to be minus 1. So what they are asking is 3 alpha plus 4 beta minus gamma. So 3 alpha plus 4 beta minus gamma, that becomes plus 1. The answer comes out to be 6. If I look into this next 2022 question, it is a very interesting question, because sometimes this, you can see that they have asked maximum of multiple mods that are returned to me. So in this, you will have to go deeper into the concept of modulus. Draw the graph and understand. See, let me scale it up little by little. So let us say that if I have only 2, so if I draw the first one, that is nothing but minus 5. So a graph of x plus 5 modulus will look something like this. Then if I take the next one, that will be x plus 4 ka mod, it is going to look like this. So you can see that if I talk about the maxima function, it is going to come as nothing but this highlighted part. So you can see that the first part will come from the second branch of the first modulus that we are writing. And the second part is going from the second branch of the first function that we are writing. And this is very important to notice, because if I scale it up, let us see what happens. So if I scale it up and bring one more, that is x minus 3, x plus 3 modulus, it would be something like this. And now if you draw this graphs a little bit longer, you will be able to appreciate that. Again, the first and the last are going to contribute to these two functions and making the middle function redundant. So what I am trying to tell is, whenever such kind of maximum graphs are given to us, only the first and last will matter. The middle parts are not going to play any role. If I want to analyze this question, what I need to do is, I only need to worry about what is written in the starting and what is written towards that. So what I need to understand is the first graph, that is x plus 5 modulus. And then analyze the last one, that is minus 1, this graph. Let us use a different color to make it, in order to make it a little bit more dramatic. So let me put it with red. Now you can see that the maximum part will come from here, from the first one, and for the next part it is going to come from here. So now if I want to find this point, let me equate them. This branch is nothing but x plus 5. That branch is nothing but minus x minus 1. So 2x is equal to minus 6, x comes out to be minus 3. So this point is nothing but minus 3. If I want to break down this integral, I will break it from minus 6 to minus 3. So the first branch will come, that is minus x minus 1 dx. And from minus 3 to 0, another branch, that is x plus 5 will come. Now we can write it till 100 also, similar rule is going to follow. Only the first and the last one is irrelevant. Whatever we are writing in between is not going to have any impact. So if I simplify it, it is going to become minus x square by 2 minus x minus 6 to minus 3. This becomes x square by 2 plus 5x minus 3 to 0. If I put the values in the first part, it becomes minus 1 by 2, 9 minus 36. This will become minus 3 plus 6. In the next part, we'll write it as nothing but plus 1 by 2, 0 minus 9. The second part will become 5 of 0 plus 3. If I simplify this, it becomes nothing but, first part becomes a 27 by 2. The second becomes nothing but 3. So this will become minus 3. This will become minus 9 by 2. And the last becomes 15. If I simplify this, if I take these two parts, it is going to be nothing but 18 by 2 plus 12. So this is nothing but 9 plus 12 comes out to be 20. Now this next question based on modulus is a very interesting question. In order to get this minimum value of the function fx, you will have to first figure out the integration. And for doing integration, you will have to remove the mod. So you can have three cases here. In case 1, we can take the value of x as smaller than 0. Now t, as it lies between 0 and 2, will always be greater than 0. So you will have a negative interpretation of the mod in the power. This will become t minus x dx dt. So once we have written this, now it is very simple to integrate, because you can take e raised to the power minus x common. This becomes 0 to 2 e raised to the power t dt. And now this can be very easily integrated. This will become et 0 to 2. So answer becomes e raised to the power minus x e square minus 1. If we move on to the next part, that is nothing but case 2. In case 2, what we have is value of x between 0 and 2. If I consider this duration, then whenever we will go from 0 to x, x would be greater than t. So this will become e raised to the power x minus t dt. And whenever we go from x to t, now t will become greater. So this will be nothing but t minus x dt. Now this is also not very difficult to integrate. We can take e raised to the power x common. This will become e raised to the power minus t by minus 1. 0 to x, the next part will become e raised to the power minus x into e raised to the power t, 0 x to t. Once I substitute the value x to 2, this should not be t, we are going till 2. Now when we simplify this, this becomes e raised to the power x, and this becomes with a minus sign, e raised to the power minus x plus, if I put 0, will become 1. And the second part of this, and if I do it, this becomes e raised to the power minus x into e raised to the power 2 minus e raised to the power x. So once we have got this, and now let us see what is the answer. In the first part, when I multiply, this becomes minus 1 plus e raised to the power x. This is e raised to the power minus x into e square, and this becomes minus 1. Finally, we are getting e raised to the power x plus e square by e raised to the power x minus 2. This is what we are getting in the next part. And if I do the third part, or the third case, case 3, it is going to be the value of x becomes greater than 2. Then in this scenario, this modulus that we are writing and will always open with a positive sign. So it becomes e raised to the power x minus t dt. And we can take e raised to the power x common. It is e raised to the power minus t dt from 0 to 2. And now again, this is also very easy to integrate. This becomes e raised to the power x, e raised to the power minus t by minus 1, 0 to 2. If I put 2, it becomes e raised to the power minus of minus 2 plus e raised to the power 0. That is nothing but 5. So what we are getting from here is nothing but e raised to the power x into 1 minus e raised to the power minus 2. This is what we are getting. Other words, we can also simplify and write this as e raised to the power x by e square into e square minus 1. Now let us analyze. You have got the function. So this whole process was to get the function. If you can easily analyze it. So if I want to analyze this part of the function, you can very clearly understand that e raised to the power minus x is a decreasing curve. And we have, if I look into this curve, it is going to be decreasing like this. So till the point I reach 1, this value is going to be e square minus 1. If I look into this function, what is happening to this? So in order to analyze this, we'll have to differentiate. If I differentiate this function, this becomes e raised to the power x plus e square into minus e raised to the power minus x. And now if I put derivative equal to 0, so what I figured out was f dash of x, and then I put it equal to 0. So you can see that minimum value will occur when e raised to the power x is equal to e square by e raised to the power x, and that would mean e raised to the power 2x is equal to e square. So x becomes equal to 1. So what is happening in this duration? If I try and plot from 0 to 2, it starts from e square minus 1. It takes a minimum value at 1, and then it goes up at e square minus 1. And now let us analyze it in the third interval. In this interval, if I see, it is an increasing graph. So it will go from 2 like this. And this value, if I try and figure out, this value is going to be e square minus 1. So again, if I draw the whole curve, this is how the whole curve looks like. Till 0, it is, this will be minimum value, then it becomes like this, and then it goes like this. And this minimum value comes at 1, and this minimum value of this function is nothing but at x equal to 1. If I put x equal to 1 in this, it becomes nothing but 2e minus 1. So answer becomes nothing but option D. In this GI-based question, or technique in this problem type, we are going to use three ideas. One is basic definition of GIF, that is interpretation. Second, sometimes we are also going to use properties in order to solve questions. And third, we are going to use graphical transformation. So these three things should be revised before moving on to this category of questions. Now let us start with them. If I look into this 2024 question, first thing to understand here would be the function that is written inside. So tan x by x plus 1 is a decreasing function, is an increasing function. And you can do just by doing differentiation. By doing f dash of x, you can realize this. There is nothing very complicated. So root of tan x by x plus 1 is also going to be an increasing function. Once you have figured that out, the GIF, now let us understand what can be the minimum value. If you put x equal to 0, you will understand the minimum value of the function that is written inside, that is this function, will become 0. And I put x equal to 9, it will become 9. So the variation of the function is happening between 0 to 9. So we will have to break it down between 0 to for what values it becomes 1, lies between 0 and 1, for what values it lies between 1 and 2. Like this, we'll have to break it down. So I will break it down for 1 and 2, and after that I will write the series based on the same logic. So let us say that if I want to check where this is going to become equal to 1. So if I equate it to 1, tan x will be equal to x plus 1. So value of x corresponding to that will be nothing but 1 by 9. So what we can observe from here is, if I put values of x between 0 and 1 by 9, my function fx will lie between nothing but 0 and 1. This is what is going to happen. Okay. Now this is very interesting to know that when we are looking into these values, what is relevant value for GIF is nothing but when it becomes 1, because there is a root sign over it, then it will become 4, that will be relevant. Then when it becomes 9, then it will be relevant. So like this we will have to go. So now if I do this, what will I will do is, again I will go from 0 to 1 by 9. In this duration, whatever is inside will lie between 0 and 1. The root will also lie between 0 and 1, so it will become 0. Next, I can go from 1 by 9. Now let us see, when this root of, let us also put a root in order to develop clarity, by x plus 1 will become equal to 2. So for that, tan x by x plus 1 should be equal to 4. So now if I solve this, you can see clearly that it will be 4x plus 4. So x will come out to be nothing but 4 by 6. So next relevant value is coming at nothing but 1 by 6. You can see that this can become 1 by 9, and now this can go up till 4 by 6, that is nothing but 2 by 3. If I put 2 by 3, then this value will become 4, root of that will become 2. And if that becomes equal to 2, this is lying between 1 and 2. If it lies between 1 and 2, it will become 1. And now if I go from 2 by 3, now you can go till directly 9. Because at 9, the value will be equal to root of 9, and root of 9 will be equal to 3. So for this duration, the value will lie between 1 and 2, and it will become 2 and 3, and it will become 2. Once we solve and figure out the values, this comes out to be 0. This comes out to be 2 by 3 minus 1 by 9. And this comes out to be nothing but 2 into 9 minus 2 by 3. Now if I solve it further, the answer comes out to be nothing but 2 by 3 minus 1 by 9. So let us take the LCM as 9. So this will become 6 minus 1 by 9. The next step would be 2 into, this will become 27 minus 2. That will become 25 by 3. And now if I further simplify, this is 5 by 9. This is 50 by 3. So if I take LCM, this is 5. This is 150 by 9. It comes out to be 155 by 9. Now once you have got this in the third part, they are not asking just this integral. There is a 9 in multiplication. So whatever we are getting, you will have to multiply it by 9. So it becomes 9 into 155 by 9. 9 will get cancelled out. Answer becomes 1. If I look into this next 2022 question, it is a very interesting question because you have been given greatest integer function of 1 by x. Now here putting 1 by x is a little bit very typical. Sometimes it will be done in the question. So in order to simplify the question, it would make sense if I put in the first step 1 by x itself as t. Or in other words, x is nothing but 1 by t. So if I differentiate this, dx will become minus 1 by t square dt. This is what we are getting. So in the next step, you can see that the limits will shift. This, if I put 0, will become infinity. This will become 1. You will have a minus sign. 1 by 7, greatest interior function of t. And then here we have minus 1 by, so minus we have taken outside, t square dt. You can very clearly observe here what is happening. We have removed that troubling part, because now splitting this integral will become easier in the third step. So first let us adjust the limit from 1 to infinity. We have 1 by t square into 1 by 7, greatest interior function of t dt. If I want to do this, in the next step, I am going to split this into multiple parts. I will go from 1 to 2. So this will become 1 by t square is fine. The next part will become 7 dt. And if I go from 2 to 3, it will become 1 by t square into 1 by 7 square dt, so on and so forth. And now 1 by 7 can be taken outside. And if I integrate this, this comes out to be minus 1 by t, limit 1 to 2. Next becomes 1 by 7 square can again be placed outside, minus 1 by t from 2 to 3, and this will go till infinity. Once you have done this, now if I put the limits, it is going to become 1 by 7 into 1 by 2 minus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 1. Next will become 1 by 7 square into minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 2, and it will go till infinity. If I group the first term, it would be easier to do this question. So 1 by 7 is fine. If I take just the first terms and the minus sign common, this will become 1 by 2, then minus 1 by 7 square into 1 by 3, so on and so forth. And if I put nothing but the second terms, so 1 by 7, 1 by 1 plus 1 by 7 square into 1 by 2, this will also go to it. Now here there are two small expansions that if I know after this step, in the third step, I will be able to write the answer. That is log of 1 plus x is equal to x minus x square by 2 plus x cube by 3 till infinity. So here you can see that if I want to get alternate, if I want to remove alternate plus minus signs, I should substitute x by 1 minus x. So this becomes minus x square by 2 minus x cube by 3 till infinity. So once you have noticed this, now if I put here 1 by 7, let us see what do we get. This becomes minus 1 by 7. 7 square into 1 by 2 till infinity. Now if you observe this pattern that is written here, this is 1 by 7, 1 by 7 square into 1 by 2 till infinity. So we can see that this is nothing but the sum of the second part. So this we have already getting. And now for the first part, you can see that it is almost same, but the problem is 1 power. So here there is 2, but the power is 1. So what we can do for the second part? So now let us write it in the form of an answer in the fifth step. If I write it in the fifth step, what I am saying is the first part, that is minus 1 by 7 into 1 by 2 minus 7 into 2 square till infinity. So what I just need to do is multiply and divide by 7. So if I multiply and divide by 7, it becomes minus 1 by 7 square into 1 by 2 minus 1 by 7 cube into 3, so on and so forth till infinity. So you can see that the answer corresponding to this comes out to be 7 minus. We have got everything just except the first term. So first term will take on the left hand side. So this will become ln of 6 by 7 plus 1 by 7, which in turn will become nothing but 7 ln 6 by 7 plus 1. On the other hand side, the remaining part that we looked into earlier. So if I put all the values in this expression, now what is the final answer? Final answer of the integral comes out to be, the first became 7 ln 6 by 7 plus 1. And the next part, we figured out was nothing but minus of ln 6/7. If you simplify, this becomes 6 ln 6/7 plus 1. Let us see the options. You can see that your A option matches. If I look into this next question says that if we integrate from -1 to 1 x square e raised to the power greatest integer function of x cube. So first let us simplify the function that is given to us. So what we can do is we can put x cube as nothing but t. So this becomes 3x square dx is equal to dt. So integration becomes, if I put -1 becomes -1, 1 it becomes 1. And what we are left with is nothing but 1/3 outside and e raised to the power gif of t dt. Now I can split them into 3 integrals, -1 to 0, then 1/3 times 0 to 1, and the third, that is nothing but integration. I think that's it. We don't need to do it more. 2 is more than enough. Once you do that, this in this interval will become -1. So it is -1 to 0 e raised to the power -1 dt. On the other hand, the another one from 0 to 1, this becomes e raised to the power 0 dt. Either of the cases will take the e term outside. So it is 1/3 integration from 0 to -1, this will become 1. And this is 1/3 integration from 0 to 1, it becomes 1. So answer to this question comes out to be 1/3e plus 1/3. Or in other words, it becomes 1/3e into e plus 1. Let us check the options. You can see that option C or 3 matches. In this next question that came in 2021, we can write it down as 1 to 3. Inside part can be written as x minus 1 whole square minus 3. So I have generated a perfect square inside. The purpose of that is x minus 1 can be substituted as t, and that will change nothing but the limits. The limit will become 0 to 2. And this becomes t square minus 3 gif dt. Now you can split this into 2 integrals, 0 to 2 greatest integer function of t square dt minus 3 times 0 to 2 dt. If I look into the first one, this can be split from 0 to 1. So in 0 to 1, t square will take values from 0 to 1. Then we can go from 1 to root 2. From 1 to root 2, it will take values between 1 and 2. And then we can go from nothing but root 2 to root 3. Here it will take values from 2 to 3. And ultimately, I will go from root 3 to 2. Here it will take values from 3 to 4. Now the last integral can be written as nothing but -3 into 2. If I simplify this, the first integral will become nothing but 0. The next one will become nothing but 1. And that integral can be solved into root 2 minus 1. The next one can be written as nothing but 2. The integral will become root 3 minus root 2. And the last part becomes nothing but 3 into 2 minus root 3 minus 6. So let us simplify and see what is the final answer. And if I simplify it, the final answer comes out to be nothing but root 2 minus 1 plus 2 root 3 minus 2 root 2. And then plus 6 minus 3 root 3 minus 6. So plus 6 minus 6 will get cancelled out. And what we are left with is nothing but a minus 1. Let us write it here. There is root 2, there is minus 2 root 2. So this will become minus root 2. And ultimately there is 2 root 3 minus 3, so it will become minus root 3. So minus 1 minus root 2 minus root 3. So you can see that your third option matches. If I look into this next question, it is a tricky one because in this question they are saying the minimum of all these functions. So we can write the first function as nothing but gif of x minus 1. Second one is gif of x minus 2. And then gif of x minus 10. Keeping everything is same, you can see that this is going to be the minimum because we are subtracting 10 out of it. So this function fx in simple words can be written as nothing but gif of x minus 10. After that, this question becomes very easy. So we can simplify it further because now they are asking sum of these 3 integrals. Now if you look into the first one, that is nothing but integration from 0 to 10 fx. dx. So we will be able to write this as nothing but 0 to 1, greatest integer function of x minus 10 dx, and then it will, we can break it up till 10 in the similar fashion. Now if you look into the third one, what is going to happen? In the third one, that is 0 to 10 modulus of fx, it will become 0 to 1, greatest integer function of x minus 10. But here instead of bracket, we'll put a modulus sign. Like this we can do for the second part also. And why is it so special to write it in this manner? Because if you check the value of this first part, it will come out to be minus 10, wherein this value will become plus 10. Similarly, if you do the next one, this will become minus 9, and this value will come out to be 9. So you can see that this is exactly same but opposite sign, so they will cancel out each other. If they cancel out each other, then the question, the third step, you're only left with nothing but the square one, 0 to 10, greatest integer function of x minus 10 whole square dx. If I write this up, again I will have to start from 0 to 1, greatest integer function of 10 x minus 10 whole square dx, plus 1 to 2, greatest integer function of x minus 10 whole square dx, and we'll keep on doing this. So what is going to happen in the first part? You can see that from 0 to 1, GIF will become 0. So this is nothing but 10 square into 1. Next one will become 9 square into 1. Like this will go till 1 square. If you have this, you have sum of squares of 10 integers, 10 consecutive integers starting from 1. So answer becomes nothing but n into n plus 1 to n plus 1 by 6. We have a formula for that. In this, the value of n is 10. So if you put the value of n is 10, this becomes 10 into 11 into 21 by 6. That is nothing but 11 into 35. That works out to be 385. And that is the answer to this question. If I look into this next 2022 question, the question has two parts. One, they are talking about differentiability of the function and the integration. So let us do the integration part first, for which we'll have to analyze this function. For analyzing the function, you will have to draw the graph of the function. So if I draw the graph of x cube minus 3x, let us see what happens. You can see that we can factorize into x minus root 3 into x plus root 3. And hence, one root is nothing but minus root 3. Another one would be 0 and another would be root 3. So we will start from here. This is the graph of the function. If I want to find this maxima minima, I will have to differentiate the same function. So if I differentiate this, the derivative comes out to be 3x square minus 3. If I put it equal to 0, this point will become minus 1, this will become plus 1. We have also figured out the maxima minima. Now what they are saying is maximum of this function when t is smaller than x. That would mean it will always take the maximum value to this point. So you can see that till the point the pen is reaching, the maximum value is till that point only. But here we have reached a maxima. Now after this point onwards, the maximum value would be this point, whatever we have got here. So if you want to find the value corresponding to 1, you can put it in the function. So it will become 1 minus 1. So it will become minus 1 plus 3. This becomes 2. So from here this value will continue. And now you can see that at this point, what will be this point? So if I equate x cube minus 3x, in fact what we will want to check is value at 2. If you figure out the value at 2, we'll be able to understand. So this will be 8 minus 6, it comes out to be 2. So this point is also 2. So now what they're saying is you need to find the integral. And now if I want to find the integral from minus 2 to 2 fx dx, we understand that there are two parts to it. The one is between minus 2 and minus 1. That is nothing but x cube minus 3x dx. And another part is from minus 1 to 2. That is nothing but 2 dx. If I figure out the integral, the value of this integral comes out to be 27 by 4 after doing basic calculation. So we have figured out the value of I. That is nothing but 27 by 4. In the next part, they are asking differentiability in order to find the value of m. Now see, at this point you can see the derivative of here and here, both parts is same. So there is no point of non-differentiability till 2. Now what happens at 2 is, at this point 2, if you check, so how will we check? So what we can do is, we can figure out the slope. The slope on the left hand side. So if I find, first we will have to find the continuity. So let us check the value of 2 here. So this will become nothing but 4 plus 4 minus 6. So this comes out to be 2. So it is continuous because the values is same on both the sides. But in order to find differentiability, the LSD we already know it is 0. But if I want to find the RSD, you can see that we'll have to differentiate this function. So if I differentiate this function, this becomes 2x plus 2. And then I will put x equal to 2 here. So this is using the concept of continuity of derivative. If you do not know this, go and watch the differentiability video. You will get it. This will become nothing but 6. You can see that LSD, RSD are not equal. So 2 is a point of non-differentiability. Similarly, 3 will also behave in the similar manner and 5 will also behave in the similar manner. So 3 points you are able to get like that. One more point is there, that is when this GIF here will become discontinuous at 4. So between these there is one more point 4. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 points of non-differentiability. In the second part, non-differentiability point becomes 4. So answer to this question will become nothing but 4, 27 by 4. That is nothing but option C. Now type 3 category questions are based on King's property. Now what is King's property? It says that if you have integration from a to b fx dx, it is equal to integration a to b f of a plus b minus x dx. There is a shortcut that we are going to use. If you have this kind of a function where you have, let us say, the value of gx is nothing but root of sin x and then root of sin x plus root of cos x. So there is a very typical way of applying King's property. We'll write the statement. We'll apply the property. So 0 to pi by 2. If I apply, this will become sine of pi by 2 minus x will become cos x. This will become root of cos x plus root of sin x dx. So now if I add these two, I will get 2i. And then this will become 0 to pi by 2. In the numerator, you have root of sin x plus root of cos x divided by root of cos x plus root of sin x dx. This will get cancelled out. It will become 0 to pi by 2 dx. That is nothing but pi by 2. The value of I comes out to be pi by 4. This is a generalized statement. In all such scenario, whatever be the value of this function, we can also always write the answer as nothing but pi by 4. Now we can have multiple categories of questions here. In the first category, we are going to use this second idea. So you can see, clearly observe that the function here is nothing but x raised to the power of 2023. So it does not matter what the function is. You can see that it is getting repeated here and here. So answer of this integral can be written directly as nothing but pi by 4. So answer comes out to be nothing but 2. So we have directly applied this property that I have told you here. A direct application of property based question is there. Now there are two questions in this 2024 question. First we will find this integration and get the value of f of t, then substitute and get the final answer. So if we are looking into the first question and finding the value of f of t, what we can do is we can apply King's property. So this becomes 0 to pi, 2 pi minus x dx. In the denominator we have 1 minus cos square t sine square pi minus x. So you can see that now if I take this statement, this is my statement 1, this is my statement 2, I can add them up. So I will get twice of f of t. The denominator remains same because sine square pi minus x will be equal to sine x. And if I add it up, this minus x will get cancelled out. So what we are getting is 2 pi dx by 1 minus cos square t into sine square x. In the next part, what we can do is cancel out this pi from here. So it's 2 from here. So this becomes pi. And this becomes 0 to pi dx. So this will become dx by. Now we can take sine square up. So this will become cos square x. Cosec square x. This also becomes cosec square x minus cos square t. Now we can simplify. We have 0 to pi, and you can see that this comes out to be nothing but cosec square dx. The denominator can be written as 1 plus cot square x minus cos square t. So this is pi, this is 0 to pi. this is cosec square x dx, and in the denominator you have cot square x, and 1 minus cos square x will become nothing but sin square t. Now if I just substitute cot x as t, I will get my answer. In the next part, let us put cot x as t, and whenever you are doing substitution, it is important that whatever is the limit, the function needs to be continuous and it cannot become discontinuous. For example, here we can't put 10x as t because then it will become discontinuous and the answer would be wrong. So if you put this, the lower limit at 0, what happens is cos and sin both are positive, it will be like this. So this kind of a graph you are going to get. So it will go from infinity to minus infinity. Derivative will become minus cosec square x, so this will become minus dt. And then we have t square plus sin square t. And then you also have a pi here. Now if I simplify this, what is the value of this integral? So this will be pi. I can absorb the minus sign. This will become minus infinity to infinity. dt by t square plus sin square t. And it would have been slightly better to not put it as t, and let us use some other variables to avoid confusion. So let us use u here. So this will become du, u square, u square. So once you have done that, now it would be easier to integrate. This becomes pi. So 1 by a and tan inverse of u by sin t. And then we'll put values from minus infinity to infinity. If I substitute this value, this becomes pi sin t. For infinity, this will become pi by 2. And for minus infinity, it will become minus pi by 2. You can see that again we are getting pi here. So it is pi square by sin t. Now putting the value in the third part. What is the third part? Integration from 0 to pi by 2. Pi by pi square by f of t. So f of t came out to be pi square by sin t. So this integrate becomes 0 to pi by 2 sin t dt. And value of this integral is nothing but 1. So answer to this question becomes 1. If I look into this 2023 question, again it utilizes the same idea of King's property. So what we can do here in the first part is do a substitution. So let us put x as nothing but tan theta. So derivative will become sec square theta d theta. And the limits will change to tan inverse 1 by 2 and tan inverse 2. And what we have here as theta, then sec square theta d theta. And denominator it again becomes tan theta. And if I simplify this, this integral becomes tan inverse 1 by 2, tan inverse 2, theta, sec square theta can be taken in the bottom, right? Everything in terms of sine cos, and this is what we get. Once we have got this, now let us apply the King's property. So if I apply King's property, it will become tan inverse of 1 by 2 and tan. So theta will be replaced by a tan inverse of 1 by 2 plus tan inverse of 2 minus theta d theta. And again this will be replaced by tan inverse of 1 by 2 plus tan inverse of 2 plus minus theta. And the same thing will do inside cos also. Now the interesting thing is when you are adding tan inverse of 2 plus tan inverse of 1 by 2, tan inverse of 1 by 2 can be written as cot inverse of 2, and this comes out to be nothing but pi by 2. So this value that you are writing here, here and here inside also to a certain part will become pi by 2. So as a result, this integral becomes tan inverse 1 by 2 to tan inverse 2. This will become pi by 2 minus theta d theta. Sine of pi by 2 minus theta will become cos theta, and sine of pi by 2 minus theta will become cos of pi by 2 minus theta will become sin theta. We have got this integral. Now if I take the first one and add this one, this was first part. In the second part using, so what you are going to get is 2i. It will get added up. So this will become pi by 2 d theta. In the denominator we have sin theta cos theta. This is tan inverse 1 by 2. This is tan inverse 2. If I add it, now this is what we have got. Now this 2 also will take on the other side. So this becomes a tan inverse 1 by 2. 2 tan inverse d theta is fine. Pi is also fine. 2 sin theta cot theta will become sin 2 theta. Now this is a simple integral that can be integrated. So let us do that. So we will take this pi outside. This becomes pi by 2. Tan inverse 1 by 2 to tan inverse 2 cosec 2 theta d theta. And if I integrate this, what do I get? This becomes nothing but ln of cosec 2 theta minus cos 2 theta modulus by 2 tan inverse of 1 by 2 to tan inverse 2. Now all I will do is I will just show you how to calculate value corresponding to one limit. We'll use the same logic to calculate along the second limit. In third step, if I put the first limit, what will be that value? So now if I have cosec 2 theta, it can be written as 1 by sin 2 theta. And if I am writing this as 1 by sin 2 theta, it can in turn be written as 2 tan theta by 1 plus tan square theta. Now if theta is nothing but tan inverse 2, tan theta corresponding to that will become 2. Once you have this value, you can put it here. This becomes 1 plus 4 by 2 into 2. So this is nothing but 5 by 4. Similarly, if I want to find cot 2 theta, let us do the same thing one more time. So for cot 2 theta, it will become 2 tan theta by 1 minus tan square theta, which in turn becomes 1 minus 4 by 2 into 2, that is minus 3 by 4. If I put all of these values in this integral that is given to us, the value of this integral in the fourth part becomes nothing but pi by 2 times ln 2. So let us see, you can see that A option matches. Now this very interesting question came in 2021. Question says that you have been given a relation between the derivatives. If I integrate this, this will become f of x, f of 2 minus x by minus 1 plus c. If I want to find this constant, I am going to substitute x as 0. So this becomes f of 2 by minus 1 plus c. This value is 1. This is nothing but e square. Value of c comes out to be 1 plus e square. So in the third part, let us apply the King's property. We have been given an integral from 0 to 2 fx dx. If I apply the King's property, this will become 0 to x, 0 to 2, 2 minus x dx. If I take this value and add both the statements, in the fourth statement, I am going to get 2i is equal to integration from 0 to 2 f of x plus f of 2 minus x. So based on this statement that we wrote here, this value will be equal to nothing but c. So twice of I is equal to 0 to 2 c dx. C, so I comes out to be nothing but c by 2. This integral will also become 2. So answer becomes c, that is e square plus 1, or option A. If I look into this 2024 question says that you have an A, B as orthocenter of a triangle whose vertices are given to us. So let us draw an hypothetical triangle. I am not drawing the exact one. So this is 1, 2. This will become 2, 3, and this will become 3, 1. Let us take these vertices like this. Let us call this triangle as ABC. So once we have this, let us first find the orthocenter. So what we will do is, from 2, 3, let us drop a perpendicular over the line AD. So if I want to write the equation line, it is y minus 3 by x minus 2 is equal to, now if the slope of this line is m1, the slope of this line will become minus 1 by m. Now m1 you can write here as nothing but 1 minus 2 by 3 minus 1. So it comes out to be minus 1 by 2. So the slope of altitude will become nothing but 2. If I cross multiply, it is y minus 3 is equal to 2x minus 4, or y is equal to 2x minus 4. This is for the first altitude, the blue altitude. Now I can do the same thing for the green altitude starting from A and then for nothing but BC. Now here, if I take the slope of this line as m2, the slope of this line will become minus 1 by m2. m2 can be written as 1 minus 3 by 3 minus 2. This comes out to be minus 2 by 1. So 1 by m2 will become nothing but plus 1 by 2. So if I write the equation of this next altitude, it will become y minus 2 by x minus 1 is equal to 1 by 2. So 2y minus 4 is equal to x minus 1, or the value of x comes out to be 2y minus 3. Now what you can do is you can take this value of x and put it here. So y is equal to 2 times 2y minus 3 minus 1, and it gets simplified to as nothing but 4y minus 6 minus 1, and you can see that 7 we will take on the other side. This will become 3y. So y comes out to be 7 by 3. If I put this y here, the value of x corresponding to this will become nothing but 14 by 3 minus 3. So this will become nothing but 5 by 3. So what is so special about this? So we have got the value of a now in the first part. We'll understand the speciality in a minute. So the value of a becomes 5 by 3 and the value of b becomes 7 by 3. This is what we have got. Now once we have figured out that, interesting thing to note is if you do a plus b, it is 5 by 3 plus 7 by 3. It comes out to be nothing but 12. It will become nothing but 5 plus 4 is nothing but 12 by 3. This comes out to be 4. Why is this 4 so important? You will be able to understand in a minute. Now, if I take this first integral I1 in the third part and apply a to b, this is x 4x minus x square dx. So if I apply this idea, you can see that this is I1. If I apply the King's property, it will become a to b, a plus b minus x. And here also, and instead of writing this, let us first do a simplification and then apply the same idea. So it will become a to b, x is fine, and this there is a sin x here. Let us write sine of 4 minus x minus 2 whole square. Now what is the importance of doing this? Because in this step 2, that is I2, if I apply I1, if I apply the King's property, this will become a plus b minus x. This will become sine of 4 minus a plus b minus x. So a plus b is nothing but 4. So this is 4x minus 2 whole square. And as the result, you can see that this is also 4 minus x. And here, if you simplify, this becomes 4 minus 2 minus x whole square, and the integral remains same. This is the second part of the integral, especially this part remains same. Now the beauty of this is, if I apply now King's property and add these two statements, the first and the last one, you will see that twice of I2 will be nothing but a to b sine of, this I can write as 4x minus x square only after simplification. So you can see that this will get cancelled out. This will become 2. And this is nothing but my I1, not I2. So I1 is there, and now this is 2, and this comes out to be I1, I2. You can see that I1 by I2 comes out to be 2. And hence, if I multiply this by 36, like in the question, the answer will become 72. That is nothing but option B. If I look into type 3 questions, these are based on some kind of a function that is given. So in this, you can see that this function is given, and then this integral is given. So all of these questions are based on the similar idea. In this question, again, you can see that sum of two functions they are asking. Again, some integral is given. In this question also, again, they have given similar kind of question, nothing very difficult. We are going to do this 2024 question because it is the best one in the lot based on similar kind of questions. So what you need to understand here, first is the value of f of a plus f of 1 minus a. Let us understand the value of this expression, because this expression was coming in all the questions. Some places the value was given, some places we are going to find the value. In this question, we are going to find the value. So if you do that, this will become 4 raised to the power a by 4 raised to the power a plus 2. And the second one will become 4 raised to the power 1 minus a by 4 raised to the power 1 by a plus 2. So what will happen if I simplify? So you can see that this is 4 raised to the power a by 4a raised to the power a plus 2, and this becomes 4 by 4 plus 2 into 4 raised to the power a, which can eventually be written as 4 raised to the power a by 4 raised to the power a plus 2, plus 2 will get cancelled out to 2 upon 2 plus 4 raised to the power. This simplifies to 1. This is the interesting part. In all such question, it will always come out to be a constant value. Once you have this, now if I take this and put this in first interval, integration in the first part, so I1 or the value is written as m. So let us write this as m and apply the King's property. So f of a is fine, f of 1 minus a is fine. When you will add and put it here, it will become 1 minus x sine raised to the power 4 1 minus x, and this will become x. Once you have this, you understand that if you add, this will become 2 times m. F of a to f of 1 minus a, this will become, once you add it, and x will get cancelled out, you will get sine raised to the power 4 x into 1 minus x. You can see that this is exactly the value of n that is given to us. So twice of m is equal to n. So value of alpha comes out to be 2, value of beta comes out to be 1, and their sum of the squares will become 5. The value of this expression comes out to be 5. Now let's look into type 4 problem, that is nothing but problems based on Queen's property. What is a Queen's property? Queen's property says that if we have 0 to a fx dx, it can be written as 0 to a by 2 f of x plus f of a minus x. If in one scenario, if f of a minus x is equal to fx, the answer will become minus fx. The answer will become 0. If it is equal to fx, the answer becomes 2 times 0 to a by 2 fx dx. We can see that in this there is a possibility of 3 questions. One question where, and this is the most common one in easy exams, where f of a minus x is equal to minus of fx. So answer can directly be written as 0. Another, when f of a minus x is equal to fx, when it becomes 2 times 0 to a by 2 fx dx. And type 3, which is based on the original identity. Now let us look into these questions using problem. Now in this mains 2020, there was this question. Here, if you first apply King's property, it will become 0 to 2 pi minus x sine raised to the power 8 2 pi minus x dx divided by sine raised to the power 8 2 pi minus x plus cos raised to the power 8 2 pi minus x. If I simplify, this becomes 0 to 2 pi minus x sine raised to the power 8x dx. This will also become sine raised to the power 8x. This will also become cos raised to the power 8. Now we can see that if I add both of these in the next step, it becomes 2i. Let us keep this as step 1 only. It becomes 2i is equal to 2 pi 0 to 2 pi sine raised to the power 8x by sine raised to the power 8x plus cos raised to the power 8x dx. Now we can see that from, in the second part, from Queen's property, let us cancel out this 2. From Queen's property, you can see that f of a minus x here is equal to nothing but fx. So we can write this integral as 2 pi 0 to a by 2. So this will become pi sine raised to the power 8x by sine raised to the power 8x plus cos raised to the power 8x dx. And you can see that this process will happen one more time. Whatever is written here will again follow the same property. So we will again be able to write this as nothing but 4 pi integration from 0 to pi by 2 sine raised to the power 8x by sine raised to the power 8x plus cos. Now this is the result that we just did in King's property. The value of this integral comes out to be pi by 4. So if I cancel this out, answer becomes nothing but pi square. So option A comes out to be true. If I look into this next 2024 question says that there is a modulus over what is given. So let us only take this integral that is written here as nothing but I. this becomes 0 to pi x square sin x cos x by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x dx. Now when you are solving a question, most of the times we'll start with King's property. So let us apply King's property in first step. So if I apply 0 to pi, this will become pi minus x whole square. This will become sine of pi minus x, cos of pi minus x, divided by sine raised to the power 4 pi minus x plus cos raised to the power 4 pi minus x dx. If I solve this integral, this becomes 0 to pi. This is pi square plus x square minus 2 pi x. This is sin x, and we'll have a minus sign because of cos of pi minus x. This will become cos x dx. And divide by, this becomes sin raised to the power 4x. This becomes cos raised to the power 4x. Now once we have this, I can take this and add with the first one. And if I do it so, 2i will become 0 to pi. And then you can see that minus x square will get cancelled out. So we have minus pi square plus 2 pi x sin x cos x by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x dx. Now once we have this, this is very interesting because now in this integral that is left, Queen's property will get applied. Whatever is inside, for that f of a minus x is equal to f of x. So instead of solving, I can write this 2i as nothing but 0 to pi by 2, 1, 2 we can write here, will become minus pi square plus 2 pi x sin x cos x by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x dx. Now interestingly, this 2 and this 2 will get cancelled out. We have got the value of I. And now I can split up. First one is 0 to pi 0 minus pi square into 0 to pi by 2 sin x cos x dx by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x. And the second part comes out to be nothing but 2 pi we can write outside, 0 to pi by 2 x sin x cos x by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x dx. You can see that if I look into this second one, so let us consider this as nothing but I1 and let us consider this as nothing but I2. So let us focus on the I2 first. So in the third part, let us look into the I2. It is 0 to pi by 2 x sin x cos x by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x dx. Now if once I have this integral, then what I can do is I can apply my King's property one more time. So it becomes 0 to pi by 2. This becomes pi by 2 minus x. Sin x will become cos x will become sin x. We will have cos raised to the power 4x plus sin raised to the power 4x dx. Now we can add this up. So 2 times y will become 0 to pi by 2. Our pi by 2 will remain. And then sin x dx. Sin x cos x dx by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power. So again you can take pi by 2 common and the value of pi by 2 appears. It is nothing but equal to pi by 4, 0 to pi by 2 sin x cos x and dx in numerator and sin raised to the power 4x. Now if I go back to the original I, you can see that it is the same I that we are getting here. So this can in turn be written as minus pi square I1. This came out to be nothing but 2 pi into pi by 4 I1. So what happens is, if I sum it up, this is pi square by 2. So minus pi square plus pi square by 2 I1. So the value comes out to be minus pi square by 2 I1. So if I can figure out the value of I1, I can get the answer. Now let us go back to getting the value of I1. So in the fourth step, I1 let us write 0 to pi by 2 sin x cos x dx by sin raised to the power 4x plus cos raised to the power 4x. Now in this, what I can do is I can divide by cos raised to the power 4x. If I do, this becomes 10x sec square x dx, 10 raised to the power 4x plus 1. Now I can put 10 square x is nothing but t. So 2 10x sec square x dx will be equal to dt, and this integral will transform into 0 to infinity 1 by 2 times dt by t square plus 1, and this is nothing but 1 by 2 tan inverse of t, 0 to infinity, that in turn becomes nothing but pi by 2 or pi by 4. Once you have got this value, let us go back to the integral that I had. This was minus pi square by 2 I1, that now comes out to be pi by 4. So this becomes minus pi cube by 8. Now let us take that and go back to the original question. So you can see that we only took this part. So if I want to get the answer for the whole part, what will be the answer for the whole part? So it will come out to be nothing but 120 by pi cube into pi cube by 8. So this will get cancelled out. If I divide by 4, it is 30. 30 by 2. Answer becomes 50. Now, type 5 questions are based on even odd property. What is even odd property? This property. If you have seen from minus a to a fx dx in any of the question, then you will have to apply even odd property. Now, in such kind of questions, you can see that the original property says that the answer is equal to 0 to a f of x plus f of minus x. So this is one type of question that can be based. This will be actually a type 3 question. Sometimes the function itself will become odd, that is f of minus x will be equal to minus of fx. So this middle term will become 0, and hence the answer will come out to be 0. And sometimes it will become even. So f of minus x will become equal to fx. And as a result, both of them will add up, and the answer will become 2 times 0 to a f of x dx. You can see that there is a potential of framing 3 different questions. One based on odd, another based on even, and another based on the original property. We will see 3 variations of the same question in this problem type. Now let us look into the first variation, that is an odd function. Now this question came in 2023, can't be exactly called an odd because half of it is odd, half of it is even. So if I look into this function, it can be split into 2 functions, minus pi by 4 to pi by 4, x by 2 minus cos 2x dx, and the rest is nothing but pi by 4 integration of minus pi by 4 to pi by 4 dx by 2 minus cos 2x. If I look into the first part, it is an odd function because this is odd function, this is an even function. Odd function by even function will become an odd function. So answer becomes 0 directly. And since this is an even function, it will become 2 times 0 to pi by 4 dx by 2 minus cos 2x. Now after writing this much, the only job is to figure the answer of the second part. So this is pi by 2. This becomes 0 to pi by 4. This denominator can be in turn written as 1 plus 1 minus cos 2x. This will become nothing but 2 sin square x. And once we write it down like that, sin square x can be pulled in the numerator, and this becomes 0 to pi by 4 cosec square x dx by cosec square x plus 2, which in turn can be written as pi by 2, 0 to pi by 4. This is cosec square x dx, this is fine. This will become 1 plus cot square x. So this becomes cot square x plus 3. Once you have done that, now we can do, this was my step 1. In step 2, now I can do a substitution. That substitution would be to put cot x as nothing but t. So minus of cosec square x dx is equal to t. So it becomes integration. Pi by 2 is fine. If I put 0, it becomes infinity. If I put pi by 4, it becomes 1. You will have a minus sign. Numerator will become dt. Denominator is t square plus 3. So if I write this, first I will change the order of the limits. It will become 1 to infinity. And this is dt by t square plus 3. It becomes pi by 2 into 1 by a tan inverse of t by root 3. 1 to infinity. And if I simplify this, this is pi by 2 root 3. If I put infinity, it becomes pi by 2 minus pi by 6. So this will become pi by 6 root 3. If I look into the options, you can see that A option matches. So it was a combination of odd and even function, not exactly a odd function, but still to give you an idea, I have taken up this question. If I look into this next question, it is based on even function. So now here you will observe that if you look into mod of x, and if I put even value, if I put x with, replace x with minus x, the function will largely remain same. So we can write this as 0 to pi 2 times pi minus mod of x mod dx. Since I am looking only in positive duration, this modulus can be interpreted as x. And now if I apply, this was the first part. In the second part, if I apply King's property, this will become 0 to pi minus x dx. And as a result, this becomes 0 to pi mod of x dx. And this comes out to be 0 to pi x dx, which in turn becomes nothing but x square by 2, 0 to pi. And answer becomes pi square. So option A comes out to be true. If I look into this next 2021 question, this involves two functions. So if I take this first one, it is from minus a to a modulus of x dx, and this is the even one. Again, we can't put it in only one box because there is this another function also in the same question. So this is the statement. We have divided or distributed it over two functions. In the first part, since it is an even function, we can write this as 2 times 0 to a mod of x dx. But for the second one, we can't do it, so we are applying the general property. So in that general property, let us write it as 0 to a f of x, that would be this function, plus f of minus x, so minus x minus 2 mod dx. If I write this, then this becomes 0 to a, this becomes x dx, because a is positive, it is greater than 2. And now in the second part, when you have this, you can write it as 0 to a x minus 2 ka mod, this will become x plus 2 ka mod dx. And now this first part will become nothing but x square by 2, ultimately a square by 2. If I look into this next part, and now I am not worried about this equal to 22, this will do in the last step. So now once you have this, the question says that a is greater than 2. Now since we know that since a is positive and this is x plus 2, so this part can be directly taken out of mod. So this first one is fine, we can keep it like this, but the second part we can take out of again mod. So 0 to a x plus 2 dx. Once you have this, first part becomes a square, this part will become nothing but a square by 2, and this 2a remaining part. And what we are left with is this next integral that we will take from 0 to 2, and then again from 2 to a x minus 2 mod of x dx. Once we have this, this will become 3a square by 2, and then the second part will become nothing but 2 times a. And now here what we have is nothing but, since it is less than 2, this will open with a negative sign. So now this becomes nothing but minus x and minus 2x after integration, and let us put the limit from, this will become plus 0 to 2. And then this integral we will open with a positive sign. So x square by 2, 2x after integration and 2 2a. If I simplify this, this is coming out to be nothing but 3a square by 2 plus 2a. And the next part becomes nothing but, this will become minus of 4 by 2 plus 4 minus 0 plus a square by 2 minus 2a plus minus 4 by 2. So this can be written as minus of 4 by 2 minus 2 into 2. So if I simplify this part, let us see what do we get. So this 2a will get cancelled out. This 3a square by 2 plus a square by 2. This will become nothing but 2a square. Now we are left with minus 2 here, 4 here. This will become minus 2 plus 4. You can see that this minus 2, 4 gets cancelled out. And now this is the time to figure out a. In the earlier statement, we told that the value of the integral, which is this now, was equal to 22. So twice of a square will be equal to 18 and a will come out to be 3. Once you have figured out this, there is a next part of the question, that is part 2, in which we have to go from 3 to minus 3, x plus GIF of x dx. If I do the first part, you can see that this is an odd function. The first part becomes 0. Wherein if I do the second one, I will have to go from 3 to minus 3, GIF of x dx. And if I do it so, let us see what is the answer. So in this next part, I will take minus common. So this will become minus 3 to 3, GIF of x dx. Try and solve the next part. I will have to go from minus 3 to minus 2, minus 2 to minus 1, and then minus 1 to 0, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, and then a 2 to 3, GIF of x dx. Once you do this, the answer of the first part comes out to be nothing but, minus will keep outside. This becomes nothing but minus 3, and this becomes minus 3, minus 2 plus 3. Then the next part, this becomes minus 2 into minus 1 plus 2. Next part becomes nothing but minus 1. And this becomes 0 plus 1. And then finally, what we have is from 0 to 1, next part will become 0. And the next one will become 1. And this will become 2 minus 1. And finally, 2 into 3 minus 2. Let us figure out the sum. So if I figure out the sum, my answer comes out to be, first part will become minus 3. The second will become minus 2. Next will become minus 1. Next becomes nothing but 1. Next becomes 2. So these two parts will get cancelled out. And our answer comes out to be 3. So 3 is the answer to this question. Now, in the next technique, we have functions which are neither even nor odd. So in this kind of question, if minus a to a fx dx is given, we'll apply the more generalized approach, 0 to a f of x plus f of minus x, and this will help us solve most of the questions. If I look into this 2024 question, in this question you can see that we have been given this function. In the first part, let us do a little bit of substitution. So if I put sine of x as nothing but t, then this becomes nothing but, the derivative becomes cos of x dx is equal to dt, and integration becomes minus 1 to plus 1. This is 8 root 2 dt by 1 plus e raised to the power t, and then you have 1 plus t raised to the power. Now if I apply the property in the next part, the integral will become 2 times, no, not 2 times, 0 to 1 f of x, that is 8 root 2 dt by 1 plus e raised to the power t into 1 plus t raised to the power 4, this function, plus if I substitute x by or t by minus t in this, so it will become 8 root 2 by 1 plus e raised to the power minus t plus 1 plus minus t raised to the power 4 dt. So once we have got this, in the next part, if you closely observe, what is going to happen? 8 root 2 can be taken common, and inside 0 to 1, you can see that this function will become e raised to the power t by 1 plus e raised to the power, and this will become 1 plus t raised to the power 4. So if you simplify, this is 1 plus e raised to the power t. This is 1 plus t raised to the power 4. And the second part is e raised to the power t by e raised to the power t plus 1, 1 plus t raised to the. Now you can clearly see that if I simplify this 1 plus e raised to the power t and e raised to the power t by 1 plus e raised to the power t will add up and become 1. So as a result, what is left is nothing but 8 root 2 0 to 1 and dt by 1 plus t raised to the power. This is what we are getting, and now this is algebraic twin. So in the third part, we will be able to split it into two parts. It can be written as 8 root 2 0 to 1. We can take 1 by t square common. This will become 1 by t square plus t square. We can multiply and divide by 2. In fact, we can borrow a 2 from outside and take it inside. And now this in turn can be split into two integrals. So 4 root 2 is fine. 0 to 1 is also fine. This will become 1 plus 1 by t square by t square plus 1 by t square and plus integration from, and of course there is 4 root 2 outside, 0 to 1, 1 minus 1 by t square by t plus 1 by t, t square plus 1 by t square dt. You can see that here we have got algebraic twin in order to get the answer. Now let us solve both the twins one by one. So in the fourth step, let us solve the first one first. So now in the fourth step, if I consider the first one, that is 0 to 1, 1 plus 1 by t square, I will have to generate t minus 1 by t whole square plus 2 dt, and as a result, what are we going to get? Now we'll put t minus 1 by t as nothing but u, and as a result I will get 1 plus 1 by t square dt is equal to du, and this becomes, if I put 0 here, this will become minus infinity, and if I put 1 here, it becomes 0. Yes, so now once we have this, what we are getting from here is nothing but du in the numerator, and in the denominator we have t square plus 2, which if simplified will become 1 by root 2 tan inverse of t by root 2 minus infinity to 0. So 0 will become 0 and infinity will make it pi by 2. So this is pi by 2. This is pi by 2. Now we will do the other part, that is nothing but the fifth part of this question. If I take the other integral, that is integral from 0 to 1, 1 minus 1 by t square. So now we will have to generate t plus 1 by t whole square minus 2 dt. And as a result, now we will put t minus 1 by t plus 1 by t as v. So 1 minus 1 by t square dt will be equal to dv. So integration becomes, if I put 0, it becomes infinity. If I put 1, it becomes 2. And this becomes dv by v square minus 2. So now if I want to write the answer of this second integral I2, what is the answer? So it is integration from infinity to 2 dv by v square minus 2. If I simplify this, the answer comes out to be 1 by 2a. So this will become 2 root 2 ln of v minus root 2 by v plus root 2 modulus infinity to 2. So if I put the value as nothing but 2, so this will become 2 minus root 2 by 2 plus root 2, and then minus 1 by 2 root 2. If I put infinity here, this will become ln of 1. If I put the limiting value, 1 by v will become 0. So you can see that the answer comes out to be this first part. So now let us go back to the answer of this question. Now what we had was nothing but outside we had 4 root 2. So my final answer becomes 4 root 2. The first integral value came out to be pi by 2 root 2. And the second one, so we had a plus sign in between. Yes, it should be minus sign here, minus sign in between. We had a minus sign in between, and now if I put it here, minus will come, and 4 root 2 will get multiplied by 1 by 2 root 2 ln 2 minus root 2 by 2 plus root 2. Now let us see, if I rationalize this, what do we get? So now you can see that this root 2 will get cancelled out. This will also get cancelled out. So this will become 2. This will also get cancelled out. This will become 2. So what is returned is 2 pi. And if I absorb, this will become minus 2. And if I rationalize this, the square, and it would be better if I take this minus sign inside. This will become 2 plus root 2 by 2 minus root 2, which eventually can be written as 2y plus 2 ln of, if I cancel out root 2 plus 1 by root 2 minus 1. And if I rationalize this part, inside it will become root 2 plus 1 whole square by 2 minus 1. And this will become 3 plus root 2 into 2. You can see that this is exactly what is given inside. So if I compare now, this part will become alpha, this will become beta. So what will happen? Alpha comes out to be nothing but 2. And beta also comes out to be 2. So square, if I add, will become 4 plus 4, 8. Now type 6 questions are based on periodic function. So there are 3 important properties related to periodicity. One is, if you are going from 0 to nt, this n will come in multiplication. We will find the integral under one period. And if it is a plus nt plus b plus nt, it will become a to b f of x. Nt will have no impact. If I go from mt to nt, then the answer will be n minus m 0 to t fx dx. Now we'll see how to use these properties in solving questions. So there was this question that came in 2021. Question says that the value of this integral is. If you want to solve this question, we will first have to understand the period of this function. See, if we have sin x, the period of that is 2 pi. If I write sin 2x, what will happen? The period of that will become 2 pi by 2. So the period comes out to be pi. And when you put a mod over it, the period again, whatever is it will become half. The period of this function is pi by 2. So you can see that this integral can be in turn written as, there are 4 multiples of pi by 2 here. So 0 to pi by 2. This now can be written as 0 to pi by 2 sin 2x dx. So once I write like this, and this can also be verified using graph. So if you have graph of sin x, it is like this. So till 2 pi, it will complete one cycle. If you have sin 2x, one cycle will get over in pi, and again one more cycle till 2 pi. So there will be 4 cycles, so 2 cycles like this. So this is sin 2x. This will be the graph of sin x. But if I put a mod over it, what is going to happen? It is going to look like this. So we have now 4 cycles. till 2 pi. This is from till pi by 2. This is till pi. This is till 3 pi by 2. So if I take this one part, you can see that there will be 4 such cycles. If I look into this question, the answer will become nothing but 2 times 0 to pi by 2 mod of sine 2x dx. And now, since in 0 to pi by 2 this is going to be positive function, we can take it outside this modulus sign and it becomes minus cos 2x by 2 0 to pi by 2. This will get cancelled out. And if I simplify this, this is minus of cos pi plus cos of 0. So that becomes 1 plus 1. Answer comes out. Now this question is a very typical case. In this 2022 question, it says that there is a function of modulus of sin x plus modulus of cos x from 0 to 2 pi. So what you can observe here is, in this, the period will become pi by 2. Since the period is pi by 2, what you can do is you can take 20 into 2 common from above and it will become 0 to pi by 2 mod of sin x plus mod of cos x whole square. Now the 40 is outside. Now here you can see that since it is in the first quadrant, both the modulus will open with a positive sign. So what we have is sin x plus cos x whole square dx. And the value of this comes out to be 40 times 0 to pi by 2. Sin square x plus cos square x plus 2 sin x cos x dx. Once we have this, we can see that this will become nothing but 1. So 40 times integration from 0 to pi by 2, 1 plus sin 2x dx will come. So if I write it down, it becomes 40 times integral from 0 to pi by 2 dx plus 40 times 0 to pi by 2 sin 2x dx. So it becomes 40 into pi by 2 plus 40 into minus cos 2x by 2 0 to pi by 2. So this becomes 20 pi. This becomes 20 and minus cos pi plus cos 0. So answer becomes nothing but 20 pi and this will become 2. So this comes out to be 40. So 20 pi plus 40. 20 pi plus 40 is nothing but option D. Now this 2022 question involves a fractional part of x. This is very important because fractional part of x, if you look into it, it is a function with a period of 1 unit. This you can observe from graph as well. So what is happening is, if I want to write it down, and I can take out period is 0 to 1, fractional part of x dx 0 to 1, and in this duration it can be written as nothing but x dx. So the value of first integral comes out to be nothing but x square by 2 0 to 1 and this will become n by 2. This is for the first one. For the next part, that is integration from 0 to n. Now we can use the first idea. So 0 to n, this can be written as x minus fractional part of x dx. And if you write it down, this is 0 to n x dx. That is fine. Second part becomes 0 to n fractional part of x dx. We have just figured out the value of this integral. So this will become x square by 2 0 to n. This we figured out came out to be nothing but n by 2. So value of this comes out to be n square by 2 minus n. The next part says that is 10n minus n square are three consecutive terms of a GP. So GP, the middle term, that is n square by 2 minus n by 2 ka whole square should be equal to the other two terms, that is this and this term. This term becomes n by 2 and the other one comes out to be 10 times n square minus n. You can see that we can take n common. So this will become n square by 4. This becomes n minus 1 whole square. This is nothing but n square by 2 into 10 into n minus 1. We can clearly see that since question says that in this case n is a natural number and n is greater than 1. So this n square will have to cancel out. 2 will also go away, and this 1 n minus 1 will also go away. So n minus 1 by 2 will be equal to 10. N comes out to be 20. Let's start with this 2022 question. The question says that you have been given a function fx that looks like this. Fx you can simplify and write it as nothing but fractional part of x when gif of x is odd, and 1 minus fractional part of x when gif of x is even. This is one. Another function that is involved in this integration is nothing but cos of pi x. If you observe this function, the period of this function would be nothing but 2 pi by pi. That becomes 2. This is the period of this function. Since fractional part is involved here, period of this function can be considered as nothing but 1. And if I take both of these functions in the similar part, I can take the LCM. So the period can be taken as again 2. So if you do that, so there are two things to be observed here. One, you can see that here what we will have is nothing but, if the 2 is 2, there will be total 10 such functions. So this is 10. So there will be 10 periods in between. From this can be written as 0 to 2. F of x cos pi x dx. So if you write this, this will get cancelled out, and we are left with pi square. Now we can split this from 0 to 1. Fx into cos pi dx, and then from 1 to 2 f of x cos pi x dx. Now once we write it like this, the first part, when we are doing first, you can see that the GIF of x in this duration will become even. So we'll have to consider this function. So when we are doing the first part between 0 to 1, we will have to consider this as my fx. Cos pi x is fine. And for the next part 1 to 2, since gfx is odd, I will take fractional part of x here and cos pi x dx. Now once you have done this, in this duration, in 0 to 1, this can be written as nothing but x. So this is pi square, 0 to x, 1 minus x cos pi x dx. And from 1 to 2, see, fractional part of x can be written as x minus gf of x. So if I am looking in the duration 1 to 2, in this duration, this will become nothing but 1. So fractional part of x can be written as x minus 1. So let us substitute this value in the second part. So this becomes x minus 1 into cos pi x dx. Once you write it like this, we can apply by parts here. So if I apply by part, this becomes pi square. This is 1 minus x sin pi x by pi, 0 to 1. The next part will become nothing but minus of, and derivative of this function, so 0 to 1. This derivative will become minus 1. Integration will become minus sin pi x by pi. So this is what we will write. And the remaining integral can be written as nothing but, again first function into integration of second function, so sin pi x by pi. And then here we can write 1 to 2. And the second one can be written as 1 to 2. Derivative becomes 1 minus sin pi x by pi dx. If you put the values into this simple integral and that is remaining, it will simplify to 4. And hence option A matches. Now this interesting 2022 question came. In this interesting question, I've used the idea of periodicity of a function. So in the first part of the function, if I observe f of x plus f of x plus k is given equal to n. So if I just substitute x by x plus k, this is what we will get. So this will become x plus 2k is equal to n. Now I can subtract both of these. If I subtract, it will become f of x minus f of x plus k is equal to 0, or f of x plus 2k will be equal to fx. You can observe that this is nothing but f of x plus t is equal to fx. So the period of this function becomes nothing but 2k. This is the first system. If I move to the second part of the question, there is this first integral given as I1. You can see that the period here is nothing but 2k. So 2k, if I keep there, 2n will come in multiplication. So 0 to 2k fx dx. This is fine. We have applied the property. If I move to the third part, I will have to write I2. I2, if I write, it is minus k to 3k f of x dx. We will have to use multiple properties. One, we will do substitution. So x plus k will be equal to t. So dx in turn will become equal to dt, and this integral becomes 0 to 4k f of, in place of x we will write t minus k dt. See, now you know that since the period has function equal to 2k, we can add 2k inside, and this will not change the value. So this will not change the value, and as a result, the value of this function becomes f of t plus k. So I can rewrite my I2 as nothing but integration from 0 to 4k, and again I can take 2 common because the period is nothing but 2k, and then you have f of t plus k dt. Now in the fourth step, what we are going to do, we are going to again simplify it, because we know this property that I2 inside the function in definite integral, you can change the variable and write it as x. It is not going to make any difference. Once you have done that, in the fifth part, I will write I1 plus IN2. There is a reason behind that, because this function was nothing but 2n, 0 to 2k f of x dx, and the second one became 2, and since we have multiplied n, 2n, 0 to 2k f of x plus k dx. So you can see that again we can take 2n common. So this is 0 to 2k f of x plus f of x plus k. Now this is given originally in the question. If you look into the original question, this is given equal to n. We can substitute this value. So this is 2n, and then this will become 0 to 2k n and dx. So this is 2n square into 2k. Answer becomes 4n square. So answer to this question becomes nothing but option C. If I look into type 7 question, it is based on differentiation of integrals. Now there is a very big Newton-Leibniz theorem involving partial fractions that can be written, but that is not required for questions based on JEE Mains. What you require is this very simple form of Newton-Leibniz theorem where there is no partial derivative there. So what you can do is, idea is very simple. Let me take an example. If I am integrating something from x square to x cube sin x dx, then we can do this differentiation. So what will happen when you differentiate? You will write the differentiation of the upper limit, that will become 3x square. Substitute in the function, so this becomes sin x cube, and then minus sign. Differentiate the lower limit, that will become 2x, and substitute it inside the function. Now, what is the significance of doing this differentiation? Now by doing this differentiation, you can see that wherever you did differentiation in whole of calculus, all of that came into the realm of integration. So I did it in differentiation chapter. Before that, in limits, LH rule was there. The application derivative was a whole chapter based on derivatives, and of course in differentiation there were multiple types of differentiation. So now all of those questions will be asked in integrals using this differentiation and the integral sign. If I look into this 2024 question, it is based on the first idea, that is direct application of the idea. Let us look into this question. What this says is fx is given like this, and then f of x square is given like this. So it is based on the direct idea of differentiation. So in this, if I replace x by root x, so this will become nothing but x. This will become x square, and this will become 5 by 2. Once you have done this, the interesting idea is now what we can do is we can find differentiation of f dash of x. So that in this case will become 2x and then 5 by 2 x raised to the power 3 by 2. And on the right hand side, now this is from this relation that is given to us in the second part, we can take this integral and do the differentiation. So what we will do is we will differentiate the upper limit. Differentiation becomes 1 and substitute it in the function. And then 0, obviously. Now, if I compare both the answers, this will become 2x plus 5 by 2 x raised to the power 3 by 2. This is x fx. If I divide by x, the value of fx comes out to be 5 by 2 root x plus 2. So now if I find the value of what is asked in the fourth part, it would be nothing but summation of r is equal to 1 to 12. 5 by 2. This becomes r plus 2. If I simplify it, it is 5 by 2 summation of r is equal to 1 to 12 r plus 2 times summation of r is equal to 1 to 12 1. Now this summation becomes 5 by 2 into n into n plus 1 by 2. So 12 into 13 by 2. This is 2 into 12. So I can divide by this 4. And this becomes nothing but 39 into 5. So 39 into 5 would be nothing but 3 into 9, 45, 4, 5 into 3, 15, 195. And the second part will become 24. So if I add up, this would be 199 plus 20, 120, 219. If I look into this next question, it is based on the idea of differential equation. So the algorithm is like this. In the question, equation is given. We'll have to make it into a differential equation. Solve it. And then you will do something else to get the answer. So there are 3-4 steps involved in this kind of question. Let us look into this 2023 question. If you look into this question, you have been given this equation. So first what we'll have to do is we'll have to differentiate this. If I differentiate, this is going to become f of x into root of 1 minus ln of fx whole square is equal to 0. Once you do this, now it would be little bit prudent to write fx as nothing but y and f dash of x is nothing but dy by dx. This will make our life extremely simple. So this becomes dy by dx. This becomes y. This is root of 1 minus ln y whole square is equal to 0. If I take it on the right hand side, you have got your differential equation. Root of 1 minus ln y whole square. Now you can see that this is variable separable. So we can separate the variables and get the answer. So dy by y root of 1 minus ln y whole square. And then we have minus dx. We can integrate now both the sides and get the answer. So you can see that in order to do this, we'll put ln of y as nothing but t. Because if you do so, this becomes dt. And this is root of 1 minus t square. This becomes minus x. We can see that this differential equation now solves itself into sine inverse of t is equal to minus x plus c. So t will become nothing but a sine of minus x plus c. Or we can write t also as nothing but ln y. So it becomes sine of minus x plus c. Now we can stop here because in the next part, what they are asking is nothing but, now what we can do is, in order to find this value of constant, we can put x equal to 0 in the original equation. So that will become f of 0. Next function becomes 0 is equal to e. So f of 0 is equal to e. Now we can see that ln of fx is nothing but sine of minus x plus c. So if I put 0, it will become e, and this will become sine of c. This comes out to be 1. So sine of c is equal to 1. That means c is equal to pi by 2. Once you have got this, in the third step, what they're asking is, in the same function, if you put pi by 6, what is the answer? So ln of fx is nothing but sine of minus x plus pi by 2. In other words, this can be written as cos x. So if I put in this pi by 6, what is the answer? So ln of f of pi by 6 will become cos of pi by 6. That is nothing but root 3 by 2. What they have done is, they have multiplied this by 6. So 6 if you multiply in the fourth step, if you multiply 6 with this, so 6 into root 3 by 2 whole square, this will become 3. So this will become 9 into 3, answer becomes 27. Now next kind of questions are based on LH rule. So what will happen in such question is, you will have, when we apply LH rule in limits, the condition is very important. Condition is, it should be 0 by 0 form or infinity by infinity form. Otherwise you can't apply it. And if it is so, the rule says that we will differentiate and the value of the limit will not change in numerator and denominator separately. And we can keep on doing this until unless the basic conditions are true. Also the function should be differentiable. If I look into a very simple example on this that came in 2021, we can just apply L'Hopital rule here. Clearly you can see that it is 0 by 0 form. So numerator will become 2x sine of mod of x by 3x square. So technically speaking, now when the mod is coming, we need to explore it more. But assuming that there is does not exist answer, we'll consider this as x only. And now once you have this, 1x will get cancelled out. And you can see that the answer will appear in the next step. So we have 2 by 3 sine x by x. This becomes 1. And the answer to this question comes out to be 2 by 3. That is nothing but option A. Now in this 2024, they are trying to mix up a little with this question based on our LH form. So what they have done is, they have given us an equation of a line. They are saying the slope is of this form. So let us find the slope. The slope of the line in the first part comes out to be minus 45 by 5. That is nothing but minus 9. So now minus 9, and what they have written is nothing but 27 R1 by 9 by 2 R2. So you can see that this is possible, and what they are saying is R1, R2 belongs to real number. So we know that the value of this part comes out to be minus 9. Now the second part of the question talks about the limit, and you can see that the numerator will become 0. Denominator will also become 0 if I put x equal to 3. So we can apply L'Hopital rule. So limit x tends to 3. If I differentiate the numerator, differentiation of x becomes 1. It becomes 8 times x square. And in the denominator, this will become 3r2 by 2 minus 2x r2 minus 3x square r1 minus 3. Now you can see that if I put the limits in the numerator, it becomes 8 into 9. Where in the denominator, we have 3 by 2 r2 minus, this will become 6 r2. And then you have an r1 term. So this will become 3 into 9, 27 r1 minus 3. Let us simplify this. Once you have put the limit, now see this limit sign is of no significance. So we have 8 into 9 in the numerator. And then we have 3 by 2 r2. And now we can simplify this. See, now either we can simplify or take some suitable values, so that, because this is an identity, it does not matter what is the value of r1, r2. It would be simpler if I consider some value. So for example, since it is a real number, I can consider r2 as nothing but 0. In that scenario, R1 will become nothing but minus 1 by 3. So let us take this value and find the answer. So R2 becomes 0, the first two terms are 0. This will become minus 27 minus 1 by 3 minus 3. So minus and minus sign gets cancelled out. So this is 8 into 9. In the denominator we will have 9 minus 3. So 8 into 9 by 6 will come. Let us simplify. This will be 4. This will be 3. Answer comes out to it. So just by taking this value has made our life really simple. Next type of questions are based on the idea of maxima minima. Now if I look into this 2022 question says that M and N are effectively number of local maxima and local minima points of this function. So if you want to find local maxima, local minima, we'll have to find f dash of x. When we want to do that, it will become LH rule wala form. So if you do it, the differentiation become 2x. Then this is x square, x raised to the power 4 minus 5x square plus 4 divided by 2 plus e raised to the power x square. No, it is not LH rule, and it is a direct differentiation. Small correction. Now once we have done that, all we need to do is apply first factorize and then apply first derivative test for finding LHL, for finding local maxima, local minima. So this becomes x square minus 1 into x square minus 4 by 2 plus e raised to the power x square. So 2 is fine. This will have no significance on the sign. But this we have factorized into x, x minus 1, x plus 1, x minus 2 and x plus 2. So now if you draw the VV curve, you will be able to figure out local maxima, local minimas. So one point is minus 2, then minus 1, then 0, then 1, then 2. So we can start from here. We have plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. See, when the slope is negative, it is going to be like this. When the slope is positive, it is going to like this. So this is the point of local minima. And this will become maxima, minima, maxima, minima. You can see that there are 3 minimas and 2 maxima. So what they're saying, local maxima is m. So maximas are 2, minimas are 3. So it becomes 2, 3. That is nothing but option. Now in this next 2024 question, they have extended the question what we did earlier by a very delta x value. So if you just differentiate this, it is going to become 1 into e raised to the power x minus 1 raised to the power 11. Second will become 2x minus 1 raised to the power 5, x minus 2 raised to the power 7, x minus 3 raised to the power 12, and 2x minus 10 raised to the power 61. So what they are trying to do is they are trying to make our life slightly difficult in order to make wavy curve. But if I want to get important points, it is not that difficult. So if I plot them down, so see, this part will become 0 when x becomes equal to 0. So obviously 0 is going to be an important point. So let us write 0 here. This will become 0 at 1 by 2. This will become 0 at 2. This will become 0 at 3. And this will become 0 at 5. If I start from here, and you can see that the power here is nothing but odd, so it will fluctuate. At 3, you can see that even, it will touch and come back. At 2, the power is odd, it will cross. At 1 by 2, it will cross. At 0, it will cross. So plus, minus, minus, plus, minus, plus. You can see that here the slope is positive, here the slope is negative. It is going to be a point of maxima. So this is maxima, this will become minima, maxima, and then here the slope is negative, and then it becomes positive, something like that. It is a point of minima. So now what they're saying is P is nothing but the sum of the squares of the value of x where fx attains local maxima. If you want to find P, it is the sum of squares of the value of x where it attains maxima. So 0 square plus 2 square, that's it. You can see that this value becomes 4. Similarly, they are saying that Q is sum of the values of x where x attains local minima. So that is nothing but 1 by 2 plus 5. So that will be nothing but 11 by 2. So the value of P square plus Q will become plus 2q will become 16 plus 11, that is nothing but 27. Now type 8 questions are based on reduction method or reduction formula. Let us look into this 2021 question. And now this idea again is borrowed from indefinite only, but here we will do it with limits. That is the only difference. When you look into this kind of question, always observe the option. There is something in the option that can help you out. You can see that I2 plus I4, I3 plus I5, I4 plus I6. So there is a difference of 2 between them. So it will make sense if I take IN plus IN plus 2 and see what happens. So if I write pi by 4 to pi by 2, it will become cot raised to the power nx plus cot raised to the power n plus 2x dx. This is pi by 4 to pi by 2. You can take cot raised to the power nx common. 1 plus cot square x dx. And this becomes nothing but pi by 4 to pi by 2 cot raised to the power nx into cosec square x dx. You can see that we have got very important crucial thing here that can be used in solving problems. This is the first step. In the second, we can put cot x as nothing but t. So minus cosec square dx will become dt. And if I put all of this into the integral, this becomes 1, this becomes 0. This will become t raised to the power n. That will be dt and a minus sign. So this comes out to be nothing but integral from 0 to 1 t raised to the power n dt, and that is nothing but t raised to the power n plus 1 by n plus 1, 0 to 1. So the value of this integral becomes nothing but 1 upon n plus 1. Okay. So you can see that if I am writing, and this is very crucial to note, in plus in plus 2, it is equal to 1 upon n plus 1. This is important because if I take reciprocal of this will become linear. This will become n plus 1. So if I take pair of any two consecutive values of n, it will be nothing but arithmetic progression. So from here you can clearly see that the second option comes out to be true. So in this 2022 question, again we are using the same trick that we used in the last question. But now there is no hint of options to go through it. So what I am going to figure out is nothing but the value of this integral, in, that is sine nx by sine x. Now what is happening in this question is, we will have to find the value of this 60. I will multiply towards that. So this be 60 will multiply towards that and figure out the final answer. So if you want to do this, the method is you write in minus 2 this time. So there is no help, you will have to see this, observe this. So this will become n minus 2x by sine x dx. Now we will subtract both of these, in minus 2. If you do this, this is 0 to pi by 2 sine nx minus sine n minus 2x by sine x dx. And if you do this, this becomes 0 to pi by 2, 2 times cos of this angle plus this angle by 2, that will become n minus 1x, and sine of this angle minus this angle by 2, that will become x. Now if you simplify, clearly you will see that sine x gets cancelled out, and the answer becomes 2 times sine of n minus 1 x by n minus 1, 0 to pi by 2. So my final answer, clearly you can observe from here, comes out to be nothing but 2 by n minus 1 and sine of n minus 1 into pi by 2. This is first. Now once you have got that, in the next part, what we want is the value of I6, because in place of n6 is written. So I6 minus I4 will be equal to 2 by 5 sine 5 pi by 2. And if I want to find I4, I will put in place of n4. This will become 4 minus I2. This will become 2 by 3 sine 3 pi by 2. So I have just substituted the value of n here. In one case I have put the value of n as nothing but 5, and another one we have put it as nothing but 4, 6 and 4, sorry. So once you do this, we will add them in the next step. You can see that I4 will get cancelled out. I6 minus I2 will be equal to 2 by 5. Sin 5 by 2 is nothing but 1. And minus 2 by 3, because this becomes nothing but minus 1. If you understand this, if I can somehow get the value of I2, I will get my answer. What is I2? This is 0 to pi by 2 sin 2x by sin x dx. Now this is very easy to calculate because this becomes nothing but 2 sin x cos x dx by sin x. This gets cancelled out and this becomes 2 sin x 0 to pi by 2, and that comes out to be nothing but 2. Once you have got this value, if I want to get the value of I6 minus 2 will be equal to 2 by 5 minus 2 by 3. This will become 2 if I take common. 3 minus 5 will become minus 2 by 15. And I6 would be nothing but 2 minus 4 by 15. That is nothing but 30 minus 4, 26 by 15. Now this is not my answer. My answer will come in this next fourth step. My final answer is nothing but 60 into this value. So that is nothing but 26 by 15. So this is 26 into 4. That is nothing but 104. Now this 21 is again a question based on reduction formula. But instead of trigonometric function, log is given. So we will apply by parts now. So what we will do is, this is 1 to e x raised to the power 19. Log of x raised to the power n dx is given. We can take this as first function and this one is nothing but second function using Eilert rule. And if I apply by parts, this is nothing but this, and then x raised to the power 19 integral will become x raised to the power 20 by 20. Then we will have to put limits here from 1 to e, and then again put a minus sign, and then again 1 to e. If I differentiate, this becomes n log of x raised to the power n minus 1. Differentiation of log of x is 1 by x. X raised to the power 20 by 20 dx. If I simplify this, e if I put here, it is going to become e raised to the power 20 by 20. And 1 if I put, it becomes 0. In the next part, it is integration from 1 to e. And by 20 we can keep outside. And what we have is nothing but x raised to the power 19, that is nothing but the same as original function, and you have log of x raised to the power n minus 1 dx. Now if I am writing this as in, this part is also fine. N by 20 is this, I can write as in minus 1. So if I simplify this, this comes out to be nothing but 20 in is equal to E20 minus n minus 1. In the next part, let us start putting the values of n. If I put n is equal to 10, so 20 I10 will be equal to E20 minus 10 into I9. And similarly, if I figure out the value of I9, 20 I9 will be equal to E20 minus 9 I9. So now you can see that if I just divide this by 2, I get the value, and you can see that now if I want to eliminate E20, I can just subtract them. So the answer will become 20 I10 minus 20 I9 will be equal to minus 10 I9 plus 9 I8. This should be it. So if I simplify this, this comes out to be nothing but 20 I10 will be equal to 10 I9 plus 9 I8. So if you compare this equation and this that is given to us, the value of alpha comes out to be 10, beta comes out to be 9. So alpha minus beta will be equal to 1. If I look into this next 2023 question, it looks like we are dividing two integrals, but nobody is trying to do that. In this question, let us write in. So they have not given in, I am making an in out of it. So I will write e raised to the power minus x because it is same in all of them. So you can find it here, here, here. What is changing here is nothing but the power of 10. So this is 50, 49, 51. I will take this as n because this is the one thing that changes. Once we have this, what we can do from here is apply by parts. We can take 10 raised to the power nx as first function. We will integrate e raised to the power minus x. So this is the expression that we are going to get. Then do it one more time. The second part, you will differentiate the first function, that will become n 10 raised to the power n minus 1x into sec square x e raised to the power minus x by minus 1dx. Once you have done this, now you can very clearly observe the first part. If I want to write the value of in, if I put pi by 4, this becomes e raised to the power minus pi by 4 and minus 1 will come. Then what you have is plus. And now you can see that I can take n common. This becomes 0 to pi by 4. And I can write this part as nothing but 1 plus 10 square x. Once I do, I can open the bracket. So e raised to the power minus x will come. And then this 10 raised to the power n minus 1 will come. And then we have one more n. And now integration from 0 to pi by 4. 10 raised to the power n plus 1 e raised to the power minus x dx will come. So what happened in the process was, this is your in. We can take this on the left hand side, e raised to the power minus pi by 4. What we are left with is n times in minus 1 plus n times in plus 1. So if you want to write the value, so now here, if I put the value, this is the first part. We have got the reduction formula. In the second part, put the value of n is 50. If you put the value of n is 50, this expression will become I50 plus e raised to the power minus 4. This becomes 50 into I49 plus I51. We can divide. And if we divide, this will be 59, this will be 49. If you clearly observe, here you can see this, what is written is e raised to the power minus pi by 4 plus I50. And in the denominator, I49 plus I50. They are asking the value of exactly this thing. So if I simplify, my answer comes out to be 50, and that is nothing but option B. If I look into this 2023 question explicitly talks about alpha mn. Now here you can see that when we are writing here, if I take this as m, this as n, you can see that here what is written is m plus n, and what is written here is n minus 1. So we will want to reduce the power over 1 plus 3t, that is nothing but n. So when we are applying by parts, and that is in the core of applying reduction formula, we will have to take that as first function. So this will become my first function, this will become my second function. Now I can apply by parts. So first function into integration of second function. And now we can put limits from 0 to 2 minus integration from 0 to 2 and differentiation. This will be equal to n times 1 plus 3t raised to the power n minus 1. Differentiation of 3t will become 3. Let us write it here. And t raised to the power m plus 1 by m plus 1. This is what we are getting. If I simplify, you can see that alpha mn will be equal to 1 plus 3t raised to the power n into t raised to the power m plus 1 by m plus 1 from 0 to 2 minus, you can see in the second part, we can take 3n by m plus 1 common. And now this part, you can see that will become alpha m plus 1 and n minus 1. You can clearly see that it would be easier if I put the value of 2 here. So you can see that if I put the value of 2 here, this expression becomes nothing but, and we can take m plus 1 on the other side. So this becomes m plus 1 alpha mn. If I put 2, this becomes 7 raised to the power n, 2 raised to the power m plus 1 and m plus 1 we have already taken on the right hand side, so no denominator, minus 3n into alpha m plus 1 comma n minus 1. Once we have this, now we can very clearly observe that in the question the value of m is nothing but 10. So if I put m is equal to 10 and n is equal to 6, let us see what do we get. So this becomes 11 alpha 10 comma 6, this is what we wanted also. 7 raised to the power 6, 2 raised to the power 11, 3 into 6, alpha 11 comma 5. This also you can see we wanted. If I want to find the value of 11 alpha 10 comma 6 plus 18 alpha 11 comma 5, it will be 7 raised to the power 6 into 2 raised to the power 11, which can in turn be written as 14 raised to the power 6 into 2 raised to the power 5. So this is nothing but p in the question, p into 14 raised to the power 6. The value of p as a result comes out to be 32. If I look into this 2024 question, in this 2024 question, I can rewrite, I can just apply by parts. You can see that this will become my first function. Second function is invisible, so we can take the second function as nothing but 1. So in the first function, that is 1 minus x raised to the power k raised to the power n. Integration of second function will become x 0 to 1 minus integration from 0 to 1. Differentiation becomes n 1 minus x raised to the power k minus k x raised to the power k minus 1. X will come dx. This is a very simple question. So here you can see that, and this will inevitably happen in a lot of questions. When you put the limits here, it will become 0. If I put 1, the first term becomes 0. If I put 0, the second term becomes 0. This is 0. And now we can take minus nk, so this will become plus nk here. 0 to 1, 1 minus x raised to the power k raised to the power n minus 1. And then you have x raised to the power k present here. Now this one that we have can be rewritten. So if I take a minus sign, so this can be written as 0 to 1, 1 minus x raised to the power k raised to the power n minus 1 minus x raised to the power k dx. And now we will be able to split it up. So this part is fine. What you can do here is, I can write it as nothing but 1 minus x raised to the power k raised to the power n minus 1. This will become 1 minus x raised to the power k. And then in this expression, we will subtract 1 as well. So this is what we are getting. So we have transformed this second part into this expression. The advantage is, if I write it down, minus nk is fine, 0 to 1 is also fine. If I multiply the first one, it becomes the original integral. And if I put minus, this will become nk, 0 to 1. And now here you can see that there is one power less. If I am calling the first one as nothing but in, this is where we started our discussion, in, then you can see that what is going to happen. This next part is going to become minus nk in, and this one is going to become nk in minus 1. So I can take this left on the left hand side. This is 1 plus nk in is equal to nk in minus 1. So in is nothing but nk by 1 plus nk. Or we can leave it there as well. There is no point in writing it like this. Let us go back to the question. What they are saying is, they have written two things. One here, if I put the value of n is nothing but 20, other one becomes 21, or in this case, since it is reducing, I can take the bigger value is nothing but 21. So let us take n is nothing but 20. So it will become 1 plus 21k. This becomes I21. This is nothing but 21k into I20. Now if you look into the expression, they have given the value of one as nothing but 147, another one is 148. So 21k from this will become nothing but 147. And now you can divide both the sides by 7 and get the value of k. So if I divide by 7, this becomes 3. This becomes 21. So k comes out to be nothing but 7. So option C comes out to be correct. Now type 9 questions are based on inequalities in integral, and these are largely based on these two ideas. One is, if there is an inequality given, I can take integration on both the sides, the sign of inequality will not change. Second is, if you are considering capital M as the maximum value of the function, small m as the minimum value of the function, so integration from a to b fx will lie between minimum value into b minus a and maximum value into b minus a. We have taken the maximum value and integrated, minimum value and integrated. This is a very important concept that we'll use in solving problems. If I look into this 2021 problem, it talks about gx as an integral of fx. We can see that the variation of f of x is given as this in 0 to 1, and this is another variation in 1 to 3. So now question says that what is the range of G3? So in the first part, if I want to find the value of G3, I will put x equal to 3. So this becomes 0 to 3 f of t dt. Once I write it like this, I will be able to split it into two intervals. I can write 0 to 1 will behave differently because they have given different kind of range between 0 and 1. So 0 to 1 f of t dt, this is how we can write it. And then there is another part, that is 1 to 2 f of t. This will behave differently because again different range is given for this interval. Now in the second part, let us understand what is going to happen to 0 to 1 f of t. We know that the minimum value is nothing but 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 into b minus a, this becomes 1 by 3. And then maximum value is nothing but 1. So 1 into b minus a, that is nothing but 1. For the another part, if I talk about 1 to 2 f of t in dt, also there is a dt present here. You can see that the minimum value corresponding to this is nothing but 0. So 0 into 2 becomes 0. And the maximum value is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 into b minus a, that is nothing but 2. So from here we can understand that now there are two parts. The first part, range lies between 1 by 3 to 1. Second part, the range lies between 0 to 1. If I want to find the range of their addition, that is given to me in the question, how will I find that? So I will have to take the minimum values and add. So that can be the possible minimum values. And the most maximum value can happen when both of them, the maximum values get added. So this will become 2. So answer becomes 1 by 3 to 2. That is nothing but option 3. If I look into this next 2020 question, it is similar type of question. Not a similar question, similar type of question. So if we want to understand the maximum minima of this function that is given to me. So I am writing the inner function as nothing but fx. What we have is root of 2x cube 9x square plus 12x plus 4. I will have to understand the minimum maximum value of the denominator. So in order to comment on this, we will have to understand another function, that is gx. That is 2x cube minus 9x square plus 12x plus 4. In order to understand this function, I will have to understand another function, and that is nothing but 2x cube minus 9x square plus 12x plus 4. These are the things that I will want to do. Now if I want to do this in my second part of the question, I can differentiate this function and get the maxima and minima in 1, 2. We can call it as global maxima and global minima in this case. If I do it, it is going to become nothing but 6x square minus 18x plus 12. And now you can see that this can be rewritten as 6 into x minus 1 into x minus 2. So if you draw a wavy curve, this is what we are getting. This is 1, this is 2. Now if you look into this, and if you want to find global maxima, global minima, here this is the point of local maxima, local minima, and in the between the function it's decreasing. So the maximum value of hx is going to come at 1. Let us put 1 here. So it becomes 2 minus 3 plus 12 plus 4. And this comes out to be nothing but 8 plus, what will happen is 3, there is a 9 here, not 3. This will become 3 plus 2, 5, 9. If I want to find the minimum value, it is going to come at 2. So this is the global minima. And if I do it so, this is 2 into 8 minus 9 into 4 plus 24 plus 4. So from 36, if you take away 24, it becomes minus 12. So 16 minus 12 plus 4, this will come out to be 8. Once you have this function into place, the next idea would be to understand the range of this function we have got lies between nothing but 8 and 9. Now, if I want to understand what is going to be the range of the function whose root is this is going to become 2 root 2, 2, 3. And since it is positive, and this is important to understand the concept of reciprocals in range. If there is a function whose range is 1 by b to b, assuming both a and b are positive, the answer for reciprocal will become 1 by b to 1 by a. In the case when fx lies between minus a to b, now we can see that one of the ends became negative. So 1 by fx now lie between minus infinity to minus 1 by a union 1 by b to infinity. So this is the difference and a very important result that you should know. So directly using this idea, you can find the range of this will become 1 by 3 to 1 by 2. Now let us come back to the question. They are asking the range of I square. So we can write down in the form of an inequality in step 3 that integral lies between 1 by 3 to, and if you want you can remove the equal to sign, it does not matter. Anyways, we are trying to approximate it. So if I square it up, since everything is positive, the square will lie between 1 by 9 to 1 by 8. So answer becomes 1 by 9 to 1 by 8. That is nothing but option. If I look into this next 2022 question, in this question, they have gone one step deeper. So earlier we are checking the range of fx. Now they are checking the range of f dash of x. So now first we'll figure out a function here. So function is nothing but the one written in the numerator. So let us take x sine x minus sine 2x as function. Now in the second part, I am going to differentiate this. So this becomes 8 cos x minus 2 cos 2x, and let us then differentiate this one more time. If I do it, then this becomes nothing but minus 8 sin x plus 4 sin 2x, and now this part can be written as 2 sin x cos x, and as a result I can take 8 sin x common. It becomes minus 1 plus cos x. If you look into this function, what you can clearly understand from here is the maximum value of cos x can be 1. If I subtract minus from it, definitely it is going to be smaller than equal to 0. So this is smaller than 0, especially in the interval that is given to me. So you can understand that in this step that f dash of x is smaller than 0. Hence f dash of x is going to be a decreasing function. And that would mean, and this is the fourth part, if I go in this interval, x belongs to pi by 4 to pi by 3. In this interval, if you are talking about, and in this interval, the minimum value is going to come at pi by 3. So we can write f dash of pi by 3 would be smaller than any value of x between pi by 4 and pi by 3. And f dash of pi by 4. See, we are doing it for f dash of x because we saw the derivative of that is f double dash of x. Once we have this, if I put pi by 3 in here, for pi by 3, the value of this function is going to become 8 cos pi by 3 minus 2 cos 2 pi by 3. The value becomes 8 into 1 by 2 plus 2 into 1 by 2. So this comes out to be 5. Similarly, if I do it for f dash of pi by 4, it becomes 8 cos pi by 4 minus 2 cos pi by 2. The value of this will become nothing but 8 into 1 by root 2, and that comes out to be 4. Now once we have done till here, and let us put the value. So this is nothing but 5. This is f dash of x, and this is nothing but 4 root. Now we can integrate it with respect to x from 0 to x. Again we can integrate this also with respect to x, and again we can also integrate this with respect to x. Once I do it, then this becomes fx minus f of 0. This becomes 5x, and this becomes 4 root times x. Now if I look into the original function from here, f of 0 is equal to 0. So this second part is inconsequential. So I can write this as fx. This is 5x. This is 4 root 2x. We can take x below. What we have is 5 and 4 root 2 on the both the sides. Now we have got the range of the function. So in the fifth part, we have got this range of the function that was inside the integral. Then integral of 0 of pi by 3 to pi by 4. fx by x, this is the initial result. So I have got the minimum value. So this will be 5 minus b minus a. That will become pi by 12. And this will be 4 root 2 into b minus a, that is pi by 2. If simplified, the left hand side becomes 5 pi by 12. And if simplified, the right side becomes nothing but 4 by, so this will become nothing but root 2 pi by 3. If I check the option, you can see that the C option matches. Now type 10 question is limit of sum as integration. So it should have been limit of sum as integration. Now there are 4-5 steps in such questions. Technically this was removed out of the syllabus, but as JEE does and they does, they have put questions from same in the 2024 paper. So there used to be a lot of questions this idea till 2023, and 2024 we are expecting, since it has been removed, the questions won't be there, but still the questions were there. This 2024 question says that there is a limit of sum. So this is what the meaning is. There is a limit or a summation sign. So such questions are based on integration, and how to solve them, there is a very peculiar method. So the first step is limit is fine, don't worry about the limit, just write it down. Summation is also fine, don't worry about it, just write it down. What is inside, that is important. So what we are going to do is, since it is going to vary in terms of k, we are going to generate k by n ka function. So what will this mean is, we are dividing this by n raised to the power 4 in numerator and denominator. So we were able to generate 1 by n, and here this will become 1 plus k by n whole square and 1 plus 3 times k by n whole square. It could be k by n, it could be r by n, depends from question to question. Now after this is a critical step. Now this summation will be replaced by integration sign. 1 by n will be replaced by dx. K by n will be replaced by x. So this is what we are going to get. Now only thing that is remaining is the upper limit and lower limit. In order to find lower limit, whatever is written here, we will divide by n and apply this limit n tends to infinity that was written outside. So this becomes 0. In order to find the upper limit, we are going to write limit n tends to infinity. Whatever is written here in the, so this will become nothing but 1 by 1 comes out to 1. So now we have to find the value of this integral. Now this is not so difficult because we can use partial fraction to do this. So how we are going to do this, we can split it into two integrals. If you do not know or do not want to do it using partial fraction, we can write the numerator is nothing but 1 plus 3x square minus 3 times 1 plus x square. As a result, you can see that you will generate minus 2. So we are dividing by minus 2. So this jugaad we generated in the numerator. If you can't do it using this, this is the fourth type of problem in partial fraction. You can apply that as well to get the answer, but it would be the same thing. Once you have done that, minus 1 by 2 can be written separately, 0 to 1. If I divide 1 plus 3x square by these two, you will be left by 1 plus x square. And then this will be plus 3 by 2. Integration from 0 to 1. If you divide this by, again this denominator, you will be left with 1 upon 1 plus 3x square dx. Now if I simplify this, my answer becomes minus 1 by 2 tan inverse x 0 to 1. This becomes nothing but, if I take 3 inside, you will see that this 3 will get cancelled out. This will be 1, there will be 1 by 3 and we have x square. So integration becomes 1 by 2. 1 by a, that will be 1 by root 3. Tan inverse of x by 1 by root 3. This if simplified will become x root 3. 0 to 1. If I start with the next step, you can clearly observe that the first part becomes nothing but minus pi by 8, wherein the second will become 1 by 2 into pi by root 3. Once you have this can be further simplified and written as nothing but pi by 4 can be taken common. So this becomes minus 1 by 4 plus 1 by root 3. So this is nothing but 4 minus root 3. Now we can rationalize this. If rationalized, this will become 13 pi by 4 into 4 plus root 3. And we also had here of 4 root 3. This should be pi by 2 here. Minor correction. This becomes pi by 2, pi by 2. You can see that we have 8 root 3 outside. That root 3 now can be taken inside. So if I take the root 3 part inside, this becomes 13 pi by 8 into 4 root 3 plus 3. If you check the options now, you can see that the C option. If I look into this next 2024 question, similar kind of question is there, but instead of writing one limit of sum, you will have to write two limit of sum. So I can take these terms which are positive signs separately. So I can write n by root of n raised to the power 4 plus 1 plus n by root of n raised to the power 4 plus 16. And I can keep on doing this till n by root of n raised to the power 4 plus n raised to the power 4. And then in addition, there is another limit of sum that goes like this: limit n tends to infinity. Then this minus sign can be taken outside. In fact, this will become 2n by n square plus 1 root of n raised to the power 4 plus 1, and it will go till 2n into n square by n square plus n square into root of n raised to the power 4 n. You have now two limits of sum. We can use a similar idea that we did in the earlier case. So for the first part, let us separate them out. If I want to find the first limit of sum, let us take it separately. So this part can be written as summation of r is equal to 1 to n is fine. This is root of n raised to the power 4 plus r raised to the power. Now this can in turn be written as limit n tends to infinity, summation of r is equal to 1 to n. And if I divide by n square in numerator and denominator, 1n will get cancelled out. This will be 1 plus r by n raised to the power 4. Now once you simplify this, this will become an integral 0 to 1 dn dx by root of 1 plus x raised to the power 4. This is 1. Now once you have this, and you can see that consistently, if I do the second one also, it will also become an integral. So second one, if I write it down, this is limit n tends to infinity, summation of r is equal to 1 to n. You can see that what we have is nothing but, in the numerator you have 2n r square by n square plus r square into root of n raised to the power 4 plus r raised to the power 4. If I divide by n square, this can in turn be written as limit n tends to infinity, summation of r is equal to 1 to n. We will again divide by n cube. So n raised to the power 4 in fact. So 2 will be there, r by n whole square will be there, and 1 by n would be left. On the other hand, if I write it down, the denominator, this becomes 1 plus r by n whole square into root 1 plus r by n raised to the power. So you can see that now this integral can be written as 0 to 1. This is twice of x square dx by 1 plus x square into root of 1 plus x raised to the power. Now if I solve it further, you can see that my final integral will be nothing but a difference of both the integrals. So it becomes nothing but integration from 0 to 1. 1 by root of 1 plus x raised to the power 4 dx minus integration from 0 to 1. 2x by 1 plus x square root of 1 plus x raised to the power 4 dx. Now why this is important to solve them together, you will be able to understand in a minute. If I do it like this, then what is going to happen? The numerator becomes 1 plus x square minus 2x square. This will become 1 minus x square by 1 plus x square into root of 1 plus x raised to the power 4 dx. Now this becomes an integral that is very famous, and that is involving even powers. So this is the first one in the rational type. So this becomes, if I divide by x square, this becomes 1 by x square minus 1. And now this will be equal to nothing but x plus 1 by x. This can also be written as x raised to the power 4 plus 1 by x square dx. Once you have this, you can take a minus sign out. This is 1 minus 1 by x square. This is x plus 1 by x. This is root of x square plus 1 by x square. So once you have this, important thing to notice here is, we will put x plus 1 by x as nothing but t. As a result, 1 minus 1 by x square dx will be equal to dt. And once we put it so, integration becomes, minus sign is fine. If I put 0, it becomes infinity. And if I put 1, this becomes 2. Now this becomes dt in the numerator. You have t here, and you have t square minus 2. Because this part that I have written here can be in turn written as root of x plus 1 by x whole square minus 2. So once you do this, you will have to put one more substitution, and that substitution is nothing but t is equal to root 2 sec theta. But before we do that, there is one more simplification we should do before moving forward, and that is, we should change the order of the limits to 2 to infinity dt by t root t square minus 2. So once you have this, now we can put this substitution. So dt will become a root 2 sec theta tan theta d theta. Lower limit, if I put this equal to 2, will become pi by 4. And upper limit, if I put this equal to infinity, will become pi by 2. And then this becomes root 2 sec theta tan theta d theta numerator. This is root 2 sec theta here. The other one will simplify into root 2 tan theta. You can see that this root 2 tan theta sec theta will get cancelled out. And what we are left with is 1 by root 2. integration of the theta will become theta, pi by 4 to pi by 2. So answer becomes pi by 4 root. So if I compare this answer with the statement given in the question, what they're saying is this is equal to pi by k square, it should be square. So you can see that k, this is equal to pi by k, and now what they're asking is k square, yes. So if you do that, the value of k square would be equal to 4 root 2 whole square. That is 16 into 2 comes out to be 32.
If you like this video, you will also like PracBee's unique one-on-one last mile journey program. In this program, we sit with the student, understand their preparation till this point of time. And based on that, in step 2, we write a customized planner just for you to help you optimize your marks in JEE Mains exam based on whatever preparation you have done. In the step 3, we sit with you one-on-one by a set of faculties aligned by PracBee and help you implement the customized plan that we wrote for you. Students have come to us with limited, no or good preparation and all have been able to score their marks to a large extent. Ashish, using this program, was able to improve his fortunes by lot, starting from 95 percentile in JEE Mains attempt 2 to getting selected for mechanical in IIT Madras. Ditya, over a period of time, was able to crack into JEE Advanced using this program. If you think that this seems interesting to you, click on the link below in the description, fill the required details and somebody from my team will get in touch with you.